Well, hello, Music City Mom. I didn't want to make you wait any longer. I was sitting here and I'm like, Music City Mom said she's waited long enough. So I was like, oh, time to go. I hope you guys are all having a good Tuesday. We have some stuff to go over tonight. In fact, I'm going to be going upstairs. We're outside right now, but I'm going to be going upstairs. I look like a hot mess too. Oh, by the way, I brought my glasses for effect. So they'll be coming in handy here shortly. But I got to make sure I hide my face. They're not big enough. I need like four. I should just go get like four other pairs and put on. Uh we'll be going upstairs here shortly and pulling out the whiteboard. So, if you have your notebooks handy, your pen and papers or just your brains, we are going to be doing a whiteboard stream. What does AtNight and spokesman Tony Mathis have in common? And yes, before anybody questions, I did tag Seth Rogers in this live stream. And I think it's Nick that I tagged in this for a reason. I want Seth to see this because, again, I'm going to open with stating this very clearly so everybody knows where I stand. Seth, Katie, and Chris are all three parents of a missing child by the name of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, who is now 16 years old. I do not agree with a lot of the behaviors I have seen, but it is not my place to question every single thing here, there, everywhere. My concern and what we are going to be talking about is the people who have surrounded themselves and used this tragedy to align themselves and exploit these parents further and further. Tonight will be AtNight, Tony Mathis, Dog the Bounty Hunter, and a few other characters who have all aligned themselves with Seth. You don't have to like Seth's behavior to know that multiple things can be true at one time. This man, in their words, is a vulnerable, grieving father who they have all latched onto and continued to exploit, in my opinion, further and further for their own individual gain. I've got a lot of questions, and I think after we go back and watch some of this, I think some of you might also. So, buckle up. It might be a wild one. How are all you guys on this Tuesday? Today's been a wild day. Today has been wild. Well, this week has been wild, and it's only Tuesday. Hey Pika, hey Flower Nana, Snark Attack, Bo. Thank you, Snark Attack, for coming back and replaying. Hey Sasha, hey Moxies, hey Chai, Dazed and Amazed, Loose Lucy, Hetty, Cat's Eye, Music City Mom, Lily Rose, Tracy, Rocky, hey Steph, Peace Loves Charla, Row. Why did I want to mix Row Your Boat and Doe a Deer in the same? Yeah, this is where we're headed tonight. It might not be a good. We might not be going down the right lane. Hey, Liberty Farmer, Pointer Lover, Tebow, Duchess, Revival, Cheryl, Miss Leah. It's good to see all my beautiful mods. Lorraine, Yep, we're going to go up there. Tebow, as Francisco, I'm going to. If you make it to the end, you're probably going to see a little pop-off session, a little rant session, a little bit of, you better not ever, ever come for my looks again and ask me if I'm a man session. If you know, you know. Just get prepared. Hey, baby, it's good to see you. Hey, Smiles. To Jennifer. I tell you what, and I loaded our smiley button too. Hey, Hazel Eyes. We got a new smiley button. Make it rain, make it rain. Ooh. Carla, Roberta. Oh, I'm going to let them take us to church. Well, I don't know if, I mean, it's a pyramid. That's all I got to say. And not like pyramids in Egypt, like MLM pyramids. We need to name it though. Hey, Tinfoil. Yeah, that was a great conversation today. If you guys missed out, there was a great conversation. I felt so fucking bad. In the beginning of her live stream, I derailed her by making a comment. And actually, I want to address that too, if I can remember. There's a lot of stuff like popping off. Hey, Vibrator. But I do want to address that if I have time. But it's not top priority with the CNY family. But I felt so bad because I like derailed her. And then I was like, oh my God, what do I do? I felt so bad. Hey, Sheila. But then it turned out to be a great conversation. But man, her patience was tried today. Hey, Nature Rocks. Hey, Amy. He did great today. It was a great conversation. But if you've, like most of you have been listening, these are the same conversations he's been having. He's been very willing to answer questions, be transparent, and Granny handled everything great today. Hey, Kimberly. Hey, Jen. Hey, Mercedes girl. You did yard work? Pointer lover, do you have dirt under your nails? If you do, you're getting shamed. Just like Duchess. Fire walk with me. Hey, Wheelbee. Yeah, Music City Mom. And what he was saying about the meds is so relatable. Like, so relatable because say you run out or your pharmacy is out of a medication or something too, like with those type of supportive medications, there's withdrawals that can instantly come on and it can really change mental state, behavioral state. I'm sure many of you guys understand that and know. Hey, Sama. Duchess, I have a Band-Aid on too, and it's dolphins. And I'm glad you fixed your toe. If you know, you know. I was going to say something else, but I'm just going to shut up. There will be no toe sucking going on. No only feet pics from Duchess's house this week. Hey, Kathy 4. Northern Light. Lavender. Sorry, I'm slow going through this. Peace, love. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the cabana. Sheila, yeah, I got clips pulled up. That's part of, well, not part of what we're going to talk about, but in fact, maybe I'll open there. Hey, that Ellen. It'll be out of like time frame, but we can always go back to it. Oh, Tebow, they already are. Spanky's on live talking shit already. Yeah, Music City Mom. Your broke toe. You're beautiful though, Duchess, but your toe on the other hand. The Duke. Ma'am, you're beautiful, but that toe. Hey, Lucia. Sometimes when the Duke joins us, there's nothing more. Moxie's mom, thanks for being a member for 4 months. Oh, there you go, tinfoil. There you go. Yeah, there's nothing that they can do. There's nothing that they can maneuver, do that is going to change anything in this situation. Oh, Bo, I'm sorry you've got a migraine. Go lay down. You're not going to miss anything. Take care of you first and foremost, please. Hey, Thor, it's good to see you. All right, you guys, we're going to go back in time. I know we do this often, but I think it's important, especially with like there's a lot of new people that are coming around and seem to be really unaware of things that have been said or where it's been said. And I think it's really important to point out common denominators between Tony Mathis when he came in, and then AtNight Media being Nick, Hong, and the crew. I think it's just important for, oh, good. It's really you, not an impersonator. You know how freaked out I get because it seems like that group is nonstop impersonating people. The Morels finally popped up. Fire season in Montana. After fire season, Liberty Farmer, they used to come in, and I mean, crews would come in from out of state to hunt morels. Hey, Lila. Hey, Bobby. Oh, peek at all of them. We're side-eyeing everybody. Over the last 2 weeks, the permanent stance of my eyeballs have been rolled so far in the back of my head that I've been checking out my own ass. It's a permanent fixation now that my eyes are just looking at my own ass. Okay, that's it. Because these people make me fucking roll my eyes so hard. That's just where they're stuck at this point. I'm not dragging you into shit, Chico. Chico called me earlier and she's like, they're pulling the jury back in. And I was like, oh shit. So here I go. I like share it. I'm like, verdict is in. No, it wasn't the verdict. The judge was sending them home. But I got excited, so I had to edit it. Hey, Allison. Hey, Lucia. I think I already... Hey, Clemson girl. Sorry, now I'm doubling it up. True crime and celebrity news. Daddy's baby girl. That Ellen. If I said it twice, don't. Oh, and it's 8th grade graduation and 8th grade semi-formals for the end of the year. Oh, you texted me. I have been. Oh, there you are. Okay, it is. Confirmed. It is really you. That makes me feel so good. Hey, baby. Thank you for being a member for 7 months. I do. I'm going to show my ass tonight, Music City Mom. Chances are I've been showing my ass quite a bit. But, okay, let's go. Because Sheila brought up this, let's just hop to this first and foremost. Yeah, let's go to this one. So I'm actually going to share something from one of their clip channels. One of their own clip channels, because I find it quite ironic. So one of the narratives that is continuing to be ran with, as you guys know, is that people on the team say that law enforcement stated that there is no evidence that Sebastian ever left the home. That was discussed today between Granny and Chris. And no, that's never been stated. Well, in that live between Granny and Chris, somebody asked that question. And here is the source of where that came from. This was from the October 11th Vinnie Politan interview, the closing arguments interview with Vinnie Politan. So we're going to kind of dissect a little bit of these interviews with Tony, Nick, and AtNight, and then we're going to use our whiteboard to kind of put the common factors between all of them. And I think there's more than people realize.
Tonight, Sebastian Rogers' father, Seth Rogers, is with us, and the Rogers family spokesperson, Tony Mathis, as well. Thank you both for coming here. What's your reaction, Seth and Tony, to what happened today?
Also notice he is introduced as the Rogers family spokesperson, not Tony Mathis, national spokesperson. Okay, just being petty because it's almost after dark. It's not dark yet, but we're getting close.
Or yesterday in court with Bullhorn Betty. And what are your thoughts about Bullhorn Betty and what she's been doing?
Well, Vinny, first off, thank you for having us tonight. Let me be crystal clear about something. That entire family lied under oath to get those protective orders. This family has spent more time trying to silence people than they've spent looking for Sebastian.
I find it ironic that the grand jury convenes. We're still waiting for any factual information of what happened at the grand jury, but we will know by the 23rd of May, if not sooner. This was October 11th, 2024, the date on this one. Sorry, I'm trying to...
We know for a
Whatever.
fact that there's no proof that Sebastian walked out of that home. And it makes you wonder what else they're lying about, Vinny.
And the time frame of this was the day after the we've got a plan, when Betty had to go to court and the restraining orders were put in place. October 10th was that. That's when the team, aka Bullhorn Betty, BJ, and the other useful idiots, were bragging about how they had a plan. This was the next day.
It also makes you wonder what would happen if Sebastian would have been able to file a protective order against his stepfather.
Seth, your reaction to what happened and what is happening in all of this.
My professional opinion, I would say something along the lines of Chris and Katie.
Sir, professional in what capacity? A professional dad? I mean, you could have said, in my opinion, as a father.
I watched CSI one time.
What is your professional standing? Professional what, Seth? I know they refer to you as the general, but what is, as Sebastian's father, you could have said, like, what
Did something to my son.
profession?
They're using Sumner County to cover it up and to hide themselves from the actual law.
So Sumner County isn't the actual law? Since when? And they're using Sumner County, so implying that Sumner County is once again corrupt because the day before Betty got restrained for her behavior. Facts matter. But watch Tony's behavior. Again, Seth isn't my focus here so much as in how they have used and maneuvered around Seth Rogers. And I want to pay attention to Mr. Tony Mathis. And then we're going to look at how Mr. Nick the Hat and AtNight Media came rolling in.
And let me ask you, Seth, and we have no independent information. We know that police are saying there's no suspect. No one's been named as a suspect in any of this. But this seems to be, at least from my perspective, Seth, is it a change in the way you are seeing what has transpired through all this? Are you seeing things differently than you did before?
It's the evidence. I still believe my son is alive. I still believe he's somewhere. But the fact is that he was at their house last. There is no evidence that he ever left the house. And they, as Tony has stated,
Right there. Again, law enforcement, and Sheila was correct. We went through every single law enforcement update, conference, news article, anything, whether it was on social media, Facebook, like whatever social media site, on their websites. We hunted high and low for where did law enforcement state that he never left the house. They never did. It was Seth Rogers. It's always been Seth Rogers and his team that have stated that. Law enforcement has never said that.
they have spent more money and time trying to get people to not speak about Sebastian.
And factually, again, that is incorrect. So if anybody is new to this or following this for the first time, ROs for victims are free. Unless you hire an attorney to represent you and go through, then there can be some costs incurred. But ROs are free to file. If you are the victim of harassment, that's free. Secondly, they're not the ones that sent out and hired an attorney, a family law attorney, to send 6 cease and desists and then align themselves with a company such as Not So Intelligence Agency, lacking any intelligence. We're going to rename them. I don't know what we're naming them, but we're renaming them.
Dunning-Kruger.
No, that's too nice still. It's got to be something AN. At first, no. It's got to go with the
Ad
AN.
nauseam?
At nauseum. At nauseated? Nauseated? I mean, that might work. But Seth spent more money. According to his own words, he spent more money trying to silence people. He sent 6 C&Ds out. He's the one that got an attorney. They filed for restraining orders against one person. That's it.
then speaking about Sebastian,
Root nutcases.
Sumner County hasn't come out since April with anything. And Katie won't come out and speak, won't ask for help to find Sebastian. I really have to say that she never loved her son.
And this was such an unnecessary comment. An absolute unnecessary slight. Because Katie has gone on many news interviews, just not the ones that they go on. But that right there. Ugh.
And on top of that, I have the DCS reports that I've written, that I have literally took me an attorney to get them. Sebastian deserves a restraining order from those two.
You notice how he doesn't say publicly that there's 5 CPS records? On this court TV interview, he says he has the CPS records, but he does not give a number. I found that to be of interest. Going back and looking at some of this stuff, I think you guys are going to point out some interesting things.
Psychopaths.
Tony, now you've accused them.
He did start to say right, but I don't know what to make of that.
Of lying, the Proudfoots, right? So what's the what were they lying? What were they lying about from your perspective? And again, we have no independent information or confirmation that they said anything that was untrue or.
I can back that up. I can back that up so you guys can hear it again. I don't put much into it. I don't know what to make of that. But here it is again.
That I have the DCS reports that I've written, that I have literally took.
Even the closed captioning picks up the WR. I don't know. He found a piece of bark, but I don't know what he was actually going to say. But the closed captioning even picks up some slip here.
Loved her son. And on top of that, I have the DCS reports that I've written, that I have literally took me an attorney to get them. Sebastian deserves a restraining order from those two psychopaths.
Psychopaths is a common word for the team too. We should probably make note of that. Anybody that opposes your views is instantly a psychopath. So we are all deemed psychopaths.
I bet they couldn't describe one if they got paid to.
They'd probably describe me because it's psychopathic behavior if you are good with timestamps and dates. Don't ask me. I'm just a psychopath. I don't know what else to tell you. Crimes, it's good to see you, Michelle. Hey, Kelly. Hey, Happy Beach. Sorry, some of you came in. It's good to see all you guys. Hey, Tracy. Whoopsie, made an oopsie. Yeah, I'm not really sure. Hey, Robin. Outdoorsy life. I'm not sure what it is with that slip up there.
Tony, now you've accused them of lying, the Proudfoots, right? So what's the what were they lying? What were they lying about from your perspective? And again, we have no.
Hey, my lovely psychopathic friend. It's good to see you.
Independent information or confirmation that they said anything that was untrue or verification that what they said was true, like either way. But what were they lying about from your perspective, and what's the evidence from your perspective that they are not telling the truth?
What's the evidence, he asks, that they're not telling the truth?
Well, they actually were lying, and it was proven in court that they were lying about what they stated in the protective orders.
That's why a court granted the protection orders. It was proven that they were lying, but the court granted the protection. Tony, you realize this is out here forever, right? This is your catalog of spokesperson, national spokesperson.
Which was that she had had physical contact with them, that she was following, stalking, and harassing them. And even on the stand, Mr. Proudfoot admitted that he had never met her in person. So in my opinion, it's a little difficult to be stalking somebody that you've never met in person. And it goes to the many inconsistencies that have been told by Mr. Proudfoot since the very first interview. Not one of his interviews have matched up, Vinny.
And when you say the interviews haven't matched up, you're not talking about, so I just want to make this clear to everyone watching. You're talking about the disappearance of Sebastian, not about
100%.
Bullhorn Betty in this case.
Yeah, the Bullhorn Betty lies were just another long string in the lies that they've told since the beginning. If you go back and break the interviews down from the very first interview they did all the way from Nancy Grace and beyond before they quit coming out in public, you can see one inconsistency after the next. And the great thing about telling the truth, Benny, is when you're doing that, it's always the same. It doesn't.
Oh, we're going to look at some of the when you're telling the truth. It always stays the same tonight, Tony, especially from your mouth.
Change.
Connie, thank you for being a member for 8 months.
So what's the most material inconsistency that you believe has been stated from Chris and or Katie?
Regarding Sebastian?
Absolutely. That's what I care about at the end of the day.
Absolutely. Many inconsistencies told about the phone calls, the time of the phone calls, the bedtime.
They can't name a specific incident.
Jackass.
They can't, and they can't be direct. He's got to make broad statements. The phone calls, the times, they've been consistent. A call to Seth Rogers at 6:22, a call to law enforcement at 6:30, 33, I think even. They've been consistent about all of that.
What happened after he went to bed, just, that entire 10 to 12 hour period, many inconsistencies. Also not rock solid out.
And why is Tony the one asking or answering all these questions? Because if you remember, Tony stated on BJ's in August that he really didn't know the details of the case. Do you remember that? He wasn't really following. That wasn't his job. It wasn't his job. Hey, Kraken, it's good to see you.
Alibis and a lot of time that's unaccounted for. They were also, probably the biggest thing, Benny, is that they told Nancy Grace that they were told by TBI not to take a polygraph, and we found out later from TBI that is 1,000% not accurate.
That's a big one. That's a big one. Okay, Tony Mathis, Seth Rogers is going to
So where's the proof of that from TBI?
stay with us. We've got more to talk about. We're going to take you inside the courtroom so you can hear some of the testimony from today. And you'll see Chris Proudfoot on the witness stand. Just want to make it clear, like the First Amendment versus prior restraint of speech is serious business. And the judge made a decision today keeping her away from them. But how far did it go towards what she can say about this case? We'll be back.
Have other people contacted you?
Do you guys want to watch this court part? Would you guys like to watch the full thing? If you do, we can. Your call, or we can skip on to the next one. That's the most important, though. That's where that bullshit is coming from, is Seth and Tony. Tony has repeated it over and over again. And I can even throw it back right quick to when he says, oh, right here. Well, shit, this whole interview is flooded with shit. Oh, there's a lot. You guys want to watch this? Okay. I'm going to play this, and then I've got more.
Based off of
I'll throw this other one in there that I just pulled up.
Ms. Griffin's conduct on her social media accounts?
Hundreds.
Okay. How often does that happen?
Daily.
Is it possible for you to avoid the media circus that surrounds Ms. Griffin's conduct?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Have people gotten your personal phone number that way?
Yes, sir.
Have they gotten your email?
Yes, sir.
They message you on Facebook?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's Chris Proudfoot. Bullhorn Betty goes online, provides information, and apparently her viewers or followers are sending messages and attempting to contact Chris Proudfoot. So the judge's decision has prevented Bullhorn Betty from contacting the Proudfoots. But what I heard in the decision was, it sounds like she can still talk about them. She just cannot contact them through social media, cannot contact them through text or email or any other way. He's got to stay away from them. I understand that decision. Whether you agree or disagree, it's up for debate, but that's the judge's decision. But it seems that she can still talk about them. Now, Chris Proudfoot was asked another important question when it comes to a restraining order, right? To stop, to prevent someone from going somewhere or contacting someone. There's got to be a reason. He's asked, why are you afraid of Bullhorn Betty? Take a listen.
What are you afraid of from Andrew Griffin?
What am I directly afraid of, sir? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Well, when you make a video threatening that you want to bring a gun from another state to this state, directly in videos related to me, my wife, my family, that's a threat, plain and simple.
Okay.
She also said she was going to bring a machete, for the record.
Okay, let's bring back in Seth Rogers, Sebastian's dad, and Tony Mathis. Just a quick clarification. Everyone's watching that. Was she threatening to bring a machete to go after the Proudfoots?
Well, Benny, you being one of the better investigative reporters in this case, you know that if you take a 4 or 5 second clip out of an hour-long video, you can twist that and turn that into anything you want it to be. When she was talking about the things that she was going to need to be walking through these heavily wooded areas, one of the things that she mentioned she would probably need is a machete. But you don't get to see all that because that doesn't fit the narrative. Does that make sense?
On top of that, if she had stated that she was going to bring a machete, don't you think the felon that made the video for the Proudfoots would have actually clipped that in there? And it wasn't clipped in there. And if you notice, the attorney, that shyster that was sitting there representing the Proudfoots and the Bowersocks, when they asked Chris the question, have you been contacted? They never asked who contacted them, because nobody that is on Betty's team or my team is actually reaching out to speak to these pathetic excuses for parents.
And Benny, if you actually listen to what was said there in court, the attorney asked the question, have you been contacted by people regarding things that Betty has been saying?
Right.
The people that are contacting Chris are his people. They're not Betty's people. They're contacting Chris saying, this is what Betty said today. This is what she said yesterday. Well, all you've got to do is tell those people, if you don't want to hear it, to quit contacting you. That shouldn't make you afraid of a 5-foot female as a man that has a strong history of being able to deal with females.
Oh, really? There, Tony? I don't think you should be talking about any male being around females, considering you have a whole team of, 2 a.m. girls?
So let's refocus now and get back to what this is really about, which is finding your son, Seth. So Sebastian, I'm sorry. Yeah, to find Sebastian. Your relationship with Sebastian's mom seems at this point is completely non-existent. I know early on there was talk about trying to work together, and it seemed like you were trying to come together to do something, but that just doesn't exist. So what is the status of the search for Sebastian? As you sit here tonight, what is going on? Who is doing what, whether it's law enforcement, any private organizations, members of the public, whoever? What is the status of all of that?
We have we have over 50 people that are working on this case. Just in investigators, FBI. I mean, been working with the FBI. It's how we got a reward out there. Sumner County, the people that are in charge of Sumner County refuse to connect the dots. So we have to go beyond Sumner County. My son is somewhere, and me personally, I believe Katie knows.
Vinny, you can tell that we're a little bit more uptight tonight than we usually are. But we've watched the antics. We've watched Chris smile and laugh and joke in court when we've got a broken father and Seth that's missing his son. You guys sent a very, very professional, independent camera and photographer to cover this court case, a girl by the name of Athena. We found out after the court case was over that Chris looked at her and winked at her in the middle of the trial.
Was flirting
We've got a real problem with that when there's a missing child.
He's supposed to be married.
Yeah.
Al's not.
Sorry, I was muted. Where's the proof of that? You notice where Tony is taking this every freaking time? Yes, Seth is engaged right with him. Shelby Lynn. LFT, thank you for being a member for 11 months. And Shelby Lynn says, he sounds dumbfounded. And thank you for the support. This is,
Not mean anything anymore.
So at the
how uncomfortable as a journalist.
let's talk about this now. What can there's going to be a lot of people watching right now and say, listen, I want to do something. I want to help. What can they do?
A lot of things, Vinny. They can pray. They can continue.
They can pray. A lot of things. And the first thing Tony says is they can pray. Okay, again, if you believe in prayer, that's up to you. But that's the first thing out of his mouth is pray. There's a missing child. Hang flyers, share his flyer, get his face out there.
To spread awareness. They can put flyers up. They can talk about him in a positive way, regardless of which side of the family they support. Because remember, this is about Sebastian. It's not about Seth. It's not about Tony. It's not about Chris and Katie or any of the crazy grandparents. It's not about any of that. This is about Sebastian. And if you are here for Sebastian,
We have no indication that the grandparents are crazy. No indication. And here he goes. Once again, he says grandparents. So are you including Seth's parents in this too? This is why we're going back. Because I think it's important for people to remember who is surrounding Seth.
your focus should be.
And we're going out of timeline here. This is October 11th, 2024. But because of what was stated earlier about them continuing, the team continues to say law enforcement has said that there's no evidence of him leaving the home. No, that's bullshit. That came from these guys, not law enforcement.
Sebastian
Help
Wayne
find
Drake
Sebastian.
Rogers. That's it. Nothing else.
Absolutely.
He's the one missing.
Agreed.
Unfortunately, the judge wanted to sit there and offer his condolences for our loss. My son is missing. I understand that judge's child passed away, and that made him emotional in this case. Judgment from the judge should have been blind to begin with. He was emotional, and I'm pretty sure my son is lost. He is alive. He is missing. All right, that judge buried their child.
Seth Rogers,
Sebastian is alive.
we're out of time for tonight, but I appreciate it, and we'll stay in contact. Seth Rogers, Tony Mathis.
Okay, so what stood out to you there? I mean, probably a lot. But I'm going to take you back to August 17th right quick because I mentioned it. So Tony is asked on BJ's. This is a deleted live stream, as you guys know. She took this down. But here is what I was referring to as far as Tony saying about what his job wasn't.
No, it can't be the truck. How does Seth experience the whole flashlight video now?
I've never talked to him about it.
Really?
We don't talk much about the facts of the case. He would tell me anything that I wanted to know, but I'm not here to get the lowdown on things that he's, had shared with him from law enforcement or
Well, no,
or opinions or anything like that. We talk on a personal level about how he's doing, and we talk about events, and we talk about media, and we spend most of our time just talking as brothers and friends.
but you're the spokesman, right?
Well, yes, I'm a spokesperson, but there's not a let's just say there's not a four-corner contract of what that spokesperson does for every father. Like I said before, more than anything else, I'm a friend to him, and I just don't. If he was asking me to go out and
would advocator be a better word for you? And you're his advocator?
it would be probably in this situation a much better word.
She meant to say agitator. Yes, agitator would be appropriate. Tony's sole mission has been to provoke a reaction from Chris and Katie and muddy the water. That is my opinion based on his behavior. And I think you'll get a very good display of that.
If he was asking me to go out and talk about facts in the case, then I would need to know all those details, but that's not what he's asking me to do.
Oh.
Well, I think that the part of that controversy with the trash truck, I think what I find to be interesting about it is the fact that it was Christopher Proudfoot that came out and corrected everybody that we got it all wrong, and that wasn't in fact the trash truck, and he had Gray Hughes white knighting for him as well. On that point, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I just thought that was interesting because now we've had people come out and demonstrate well that no, in fact, Christopher Proudfoot was wrong, and that it's definitely not a truck.
And do you agree with that, Tony?
Yeah, I mean, I just don't know. I've heard a jillion people talk about the trash truck, and I've heard some credible people say that it wasn't a trash truck. I got to tell you guys, I haven't even seen the video.
Oh, you gotta watch it. 'Cause the trash.
Again, the date on this one is August 17th, 2024. This was when Tony hopped up to get Brittany back in control because she was about to go over the messages that Clue had just exposed on Tony from his Facebook groups after the girls had turned on him out of his Facebook group and released those messages. Clue put those up, and BJ was about to go over them, and Seth came in and was pissed off. Next thing you know, he's storming out of the chat. If this Tony's been through so much because of this. And then here comes Tony Mathis to get everything back in order. And she folded at that point.
Trash truck definitely happened, but it happened hours, it's hours apart. So it's definitely two separate situations. And there's no way, the flashlights, they don't, they just don't line up. They're not headlights.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I've heard some credible people.
Hank fights Kyle over a fly swatter. Kyle tried to take the fly swatter from him, and Hank's like,
Say that, that they're not symmetrical. They're not this. They're not that.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I've not seen the video. I think,
and then they say he took a flashlight, but not his shoes. So weird, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't believe there's any part of an autistic child, regardless of how high spectrum he is, that has had an incident with fire ants on his feet. I don't think there's any part of that child that would go outside in the middle of the night with no shoes and socks on.
Because he.
One thing Tony doesn't have next to his name is expert. All right, let's go back. Let's go in factual time order now, but I thought that was important to start off. Sheila brought it up, and it was a great part to start. But we're going to go all the way back. Buckle in. We'll probably have a part 2 to this because there's a lot to get through. and a lot to remember about who these people are, how they inserted themselves, and exactly the ways that things have changed since their involvement. So this is March 3rd, May 3rd, excuse me, May, not March, May 3rd, 2024, a little over a year ago, when Tony Mathis is formally introduced as Seth's spokesperson. Let's take a listen. Hey, Alma. Hey, Kay Braze.
We do have a new.
And we will take all of our notes and add them to the whiteboard. I'm outside right now, but we will get to the whiteboard and we'll take notes and stuff. But I think you guys get where we're going here. We don't even really need to whiteboard this, but we can. And I think we will get some interesting things.
Member coming in and is going to be a part of the search, be a part of the information giving out to media, these podcast streets, etc. There is a new member coming on and taking over as spokesperson for Seth Rogers. So first I want to bring in Tony Mathis and of course, Seth Rogers, of course, in the chat. Good afternoon, fellas. How y'all feeling?
Good evening. Hello, Team Sebastian.
Yes.
How you doing, Pascal?
I'm good.
So Tony has been on Pascal's previous to this, just so everybody is aware. He had been on Pascal's show before with the Harris family. This is his first introduction to the internet and the public as Seth's spokesperson.
Good, my brother. I'm good. First off, Tony, we got to get straight into it because I know a lot of people are going to sit there and go, wait a second. Tony looks mad familiar. Haven't I seen him on something else before? Yes. No, you didn't see him on a rerun of Friends. You were seeing him on the most recent case that he's still on and still a spokesperson for Caleb Harris. So I want to say, first off, thank you so much for stepping forward and linking up with Seth to be his spokesperson.
Of course. Of course.
Now, I'm curious, Seth, why are you having a spokesperson now?
It's been 66 days since my son has gone missing, and dealing with searching, making sure that people are getting vetted, dealing with interviews and everything else. It's time consuming. It's stressful. And when he offered to assist me with it, God sent somebody.
When he offered to assist me with it, God sent somebody. Okay? Remember that. He offered to assist him.
That's what's up. Now, and I love that there is going to be this new alliance. You got Tony coming through, and he's going to speak on behalf of the case, because I know that you have a lot going on for yourself right now, Seth. I mean, as far as just being on there, boots on the ground, trying to find Sebastian right now, there's a lot going on. You know, you're traveling quite a bit. There's a lot of chaos, and there's got to be someone who can actually be connected to the media while you go out and do what you need to do. So, Tony, welcome to the search. Welcome to the story. How's it been so far with this whole thing right now?
It's been good. I mean, Seth and I have gotten close. I've had some good conversations with him. I've also had some good conversations with Chris and Katie. My goal was initially to try to bring everybody together and limit some of the drama that had been out there in the social media streets, as you say,
right.
and simply want to help get everybody redirected and find Sebastian. So again, I've had a lot of good conversations with Seth. I've had good conversations with Chris and Katie, and we're not.
To get everybody redirected, he's had good conversations with Seth and Chris and Katie. My.
Completely done. I'd love to represent them all three and get everybody working together.
Can I ask you that though? Let's get that. Let's get that out of the way. Get the elephant in the room out the way. Has there been any conversations with the Proudfoots, and why aren't you representing all three right now?
So I've laid that offer out there for Chris and Katie. Again, I had about a 2-hour phone conversation with them last week. I felt like we were in a good place. I made it known kind of how I operate, which is I do control all the media. I really would like, as I've told Seth and I told Chris the same thing, told Katie the same thing. I really would like them to be out from in front of the camera. I think there's been a lot of drama, a lot of deterrence from finding Sebastian. And really, I'd like to take control of that for them and get everybody united in finding Sebastian. So, one of the prerequisites when we do an interview is, as I told you earlier today, is
he controls all the media. And now he's using language like one of the prerequisites.
you know, if I was
Tony has zero training in being a spokesperson. He's a crane salesman.
representing Chris and Katie,
I guess packaging the missing father or the missing child's father like a product to sell to an audience is no difference than selling cranes there. Hey, Tony.
and I was doing an interview with them, there would be no talking about Seth. And when we do an interview with Seth, we're not going to discuss Chris and Katie. We're not going to throw darts at each other. I'm going to lead by example. And we are going to focus on finding Sebastian, just like we're focused on finding Caleb on the other case I'm working on. So blessed to be a part of this. And I think we got a lot of work to do, but I'm up for the challenge.
No doubt. No doubt. Seth, anything you want to add on top of what Tony just said?
His goal is my goal. Is to keep Sebastian in the forefront. Sebastian is the goal. Everything else is a distraction. We just want to find Sebastian and bring him home.
Right on. Right on. I think we all can agree on that, right? Every single one of us that's in the chat. I mean, even so, I know that there's going to be some pushback, some people that feel some type of way about anything about this case, but we can all agree. We can all agree on that one thing, which is bringing Sebastian back home. So let's talk about Sebastian. There's been some new information, some photos, or at least a photo that recently dropped. And I want to share this with you guys because, of course, I know you guys already know about this, but I want to confirm a few things. Okay. So here is the photo itself. Okay. Of course, this was found, or apparently there was a sighting at the visitor center at the Grandfather Mountain, Linville, North Carolina. Now, I'm very interested to know, in your personal opinion, Seth, since we have you here, do you believe this to be?
I think if you disliked Tony previous to this outline in this timeline, you're probably going to really have some issues with him by the end of this. And again, it'll probably be a part 2 because I have like 20 videos pulled up. But I think it's important to remind people who exactly Tony Mathis and AtNight are.
A sighting, like a legitimate sighting of Sebastian?
I believe so.
Okay. Okay. Now,
that I jumped in my vehicle and drove to North Carolina.
I'm glad you mentioned that. So you drove all the way down to North Carolina to the actual space, to the place where this photo was taken. Was there anything in particular that you saw or anything of that sort before we get into the more finite details? Was there?
So Seth thinks it's possible that was Sebastian, which we know that was not Sebastian. Chris, on the other hand, determined right away that it was not Sebastian within moments of being shown that. And Seth puts it out here publicly that it's possible. That always stood out to me.
Or anything like to confirm that this was an actual sighting of someone and that this was not actual AI?
My investigator, she did reach out and spoke to the person who took the picture and to the person that posted the picture.
Okay, so there was actual conversation with somebody who actually took this photo, right? Okay, so Tony, do you mind expanding a little bit on that for us?
I was not involved I was involved in the conversation with Seth while he was almost all the way to North Carolina.
Okay.
And I told him that when he got there that he was probably going to be disappointed, that they probably would not, this is when we heard there was footage. And I explained to him that they were probably not going to share the footage with him. And when he got there, he kind of figured out that that's what the situation was. And I explained to him that it was new information, and until it was vetted, it was going to be held close to the chest. And
Tony explained to him again. He came in taking control right away. Hey, Jason.
Quite frankly, I completely understood why law enforcement was doing that. And when they vetted that information, if it was information that they deemed to be relevant to be disseminated, then it would be disseminated to Katie and to Seth. But we've got to verify that is him, and they've got to do their homework, and we've got to be patient. But I completely understand why Seth, if I was a father, I'm in my vehicle and I'm on my way there just like he was.
Yeah, no doubt.
He used it as a great opportunity to hand out flyers, create some awareness, ask some questions. And, I was certainly proud of him for getting in the vehicle and heading right there, no questions asked, because that's the same thing I would have done.
Right on. So when it comes to Seth, real quick, the conversation that your PIs had with the person who actually took the photo, what exactly did they say? What was the interaction like? How did they get this photo taken? So on and so on.
I wasn't privy to that conversation. My private investigator already knew that I was going to want the picture vetted, and she reached out. She did that prior to me asking. So when I turned around and asked her, she said she had already vetted the picture, and
okay,
loaded up and headed up there. When I got there, Tony was right. They would not let me see the video footage. So I took that opportunity.
So you needed the PI to vet the photo. You didn't wait for law enforcement. Okay.
Opportunity to hand out flyers. Nobody knew my son was missing to begin with. It is North Carolina. It's outside of Tennessee. But I used the opportunity as I went up there. Every time I stopped for gas, use the bathroom, anything, hand out flyers the whole way up and the whole way back.
Well, I mean, I'm glad that you used your resources in the best way possible, right? And kept spreading the word even when you were down there and your path back home or back to Tennessee. But can we talk about that for a second? So you went all the way down there, right? You went all the way down to Linville, North Carolina, right? Because you saw this photo, you believe that it is to be that of Sebastian. You go down there, you ask, can I see the photo or can I see some footage? And they said no. Why did they do that, Seth? Do you know?
It's under investigation. They informed me that law enforcement had told them not to share the video until everything had been vetted. From my understanding, TBI reached out to North Carolina, what they classify as SBI, and asked for their assistance. And
Interesting.
It's under an investigation. They're not going to show it. They're not going to release it.
But I feel like naturally a lot of people are going to react the same way. I'm thinking in my head. It's like, this is your biological son. You have rights, don't you? So why wouldn't they let you go and see this footage? Tony, can you expand on that a little bit?
So I broke this down for you earlier today, and I broke it down for Seth the other day, and Seth can answer this question as we play through this. If they show that video to Seth, and that video shows Sebastian walking into a vehicle and getting into a vehicle with a stranger, and Seth catches a glimpse of the license plate on that vehicle, Seth, what would you do in that situation?
Retrieve my son by any means necessary.
Exactly.
By any means necessary.
So
Yeah.
that's why.
Okay. So that makes sense to a certain extent, but I feel you on Seth's side. My knee-jerk reaction would be, I'm knocking on that door. Okay. They're going to know my presence, like lickety split, right? But I do get it that they want to make sure everything is properly vetted before they release any type of information. But it's been a week now. So what's taking so doggone long? Tony?
Well, there's a lot to it. I mean, they've got to first verify that of who took the picture. They've got to do their homework on that. They've got a video. They're gonna probably have to get some subpoenas. I mean, it's not a lot different than a lot of other cases. I mean, you start having to get subpoenas for information, and none of that happens quickly. So, obviously the situation that Seth is in, if I'm him, I want it done yesterday. If I'm Katie or Chris, I want it done yesterday. But the truth is, there is going to have to be a little bit of patience to figure out what it is we're digging into here.
I see. Yeah, but it's so weird.
But this is the man that in August we heard say they don't talk about the case. They don't talk about the details of the case. But this was, Kyle's like, I'm opening a Diet Coke. But here he was answering all the questions.
I mean, and that's just me. I'm just a regular guy here. All right.
You're a dad.
Yeah, I'm a dad, but I'm also a human being too. Right. And instantly I'm going, wait a second. All right. This doesn't make any sense. Why are they dragging their feet on this information? Especially when there is, just making sure this is abundantly clear for everybody who's watching, even the fam that's watching from the nosebleed seats. There is actual video of this particular person. There is actual footage of this. That's correct, Seth?
Correct.
There is actual footage of that, correct, Seth?
Correct.
That's crazy. Tony, Seth, that's absolutely crazy. That is crazy. And yet still nothing. Now, you know that there's video, but what exactly did they say about it? How do you know that there's video in the first place?
Seth, I'll let you take that.
Well, they have security cameras.
So somebody came to you, but somebody came to you and actually said, yes, there's actual video footage.
When I arrived, I could see that there was security cameras.
Hey, Tara. I see you guys talking about Granny's tattoo. I freaking love her tattoo. It is the cutest thing ever.
Which means there will be footage. And when I asked, they told me that they were informed not to show me anything because it is under investigation by law enforcement.
Wow.
Hey, Bad.
Okay.
Hey, Aries.
And there's nothing you can do to expedite this at all?
No, sir.
Man. Okay. Because it's been...
Pray.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Seth.
Pray.
I mean, that's insane.
Continue to pray.
This makes my blood boil. I'll be honest. It makes my blood boil seeing how much Pascal and Tony, they don't care about Seth. I'm just going to say it. They don't care about Seth. This whole narrative of they're so close, all of that shit. Oh, it just drives me nuts.
You can only continue to pray. So then, okay, let's talk about the person that your PIs talked to and all that. I mean, have you guys kept in touch with this person? Have they run into this particular person?
That's something, Pesty Patty, that it shocked me because, he's always talks about how well he knows his son. He knows his son. And I guess photos can be deceiving. I don't know. Maybe in an emotional state, I'm trying to give it every amount of grace here. But Chris was within moments, from my understanding, nope, that is not Sebastian. Just like the photo today. Absolutely. I mean, he was instantly pointing out jawline, everything. He was just going through. Thank you for the support. But it's just weird to me. But again, like the same things happened with the glasses. You know, could they be? It was pretty obvious from my understanding right off the bat, they were very much not his. But there was always this, well, could it be? And it just seemed to be further distractions. I don't know. I don't know.
Person again, or is it just a one-time type of deal when it comes to this photo right here?
They were just in that spot, took a picture. They were up there to enjoy Grandfather Mountain.
Okay. Can we just
In this photo, to me, like being a complete stranger, the hair was darker. Yes, the coloring of the hair, you can do all sorts of. It didn't even for a stranger. I think most of us were like, yeah, very unlikely. But a lot of people thought it was.
discuss a little bit about the woman in this photo? Because I know that there's been a lot of theories, a lot of speculation on.
Okay, we don't even need to go through all of that because it's been debunked, and they spend a lot of time going through that. But this is how he comes into things. This is how Tony and Seth come into things. I want to change this over now to, let me give you the dates. This is the 5th of May. This is from Justin on TikTok, his channel. We've watched this previously, but a lot of people have missed this, so I think it's very important to kind of go back. This is how Tony Mathis introduced himself on Justin on TikTok's channel. And I'll skip forward till where he's on.
Hey, Tony, how are you doing tonight?
Good, buddy. How are you?
I'm good. You have been a busy man today.
I've been busy. What'd you call me earlier? Can we
I'm
say
not going to say what I called you. We're not going to say that on YouTube, but you know what I called you earlier. Anyway, so we talked before you came on here, and I appreciate you coming on again to kind of answer some of these questions. You set the internet ablaze a few days ago when you announced that you were going to be working with Seth Rogers and Sebastian Rogers, this case, in addition to Caleb Harris, who you've already been working on.
Yep.
And so that's raised a lot of questions from people, and I figured we could just take an opportunity to give some updates on both of those.
Terry, you got to fill me in. A distraction from what? What's happening? What do you think they're trying to distract from? I must be missing something that you guys are talking about. Did something happen that they're going to need a distraction again?
Cases and go through some of these questions or comments that they have.
I'm now the most hated man in America somehow.
Yeah, I know. I know. But here you are. I have you. So
Now the most hated man in America. How? How within 2 days? He just made his public debut. He's supposedly a good spokesperson, right? For Caleb Harris's family. How did he become in 2 days the most hated man? Anybody question that?
it's okay. Okay, you can be safe, sort of safe space. Just don't look at the comments. I don't know. Actually, the comments could be nice. I don't know.
Yeah.
But with that being said, before we get into the questions, I haven't done a Caleb.
Oh, Tara, me? They ignore me. They completely act like I don't exist. They do not mention anything to do with me in anything. They don't want people to come over here and see all of their words laid out. I really believe that's it. Like, I don't know why. They just don't, which is good. Like, I don't care. I'm going to continue to do it. But they will not. Like, I am one of the only ones. BJ is the only one. And she even said the other day, nonsense doesn't give me the numbers. No, I hurt your fucking views because people come and finally look for themselves and they see, oh shit, well, there you are. And by the way, stick around to the end. I got some interesting facts for you, BJ.
Update in a while. Is there anything new to report with that?
No, not really. I mean, we have a lot of faith in law enforcement in that case. And we do believe that law enforcement has got a lot of data they're sifting through. And I think the family is very positive right now that some of that evidence is going to lead to something good. So, it's been a digital investigation for quite some time now. And I think that,
the truth does scare them.
Takes a while to get that information back. And, we're going to be patient, allow them to do that.
And I think it's a good time to remind people that with these cases, with law enforcement, they don't release everything. They just can't.
Right.
And I think that's probably a lot of what's going on. You don't know what you don't know.
I got him sped up. Sorry, guys. I can't. We got so much to get. I know.
And they've been pretty tight-lipped about it, right? So,
right.
Hopefully we'll have some updates or some information we can work with soon. But, Caleb has not been found, just to let y'all know. You can follow Tony, by the way. It's fine. Caleb Harris is his handle on TikTok. But he's not been found. He still needs eyes. He still needs awareness. So if you can remember to do so, go grab off of the Find Caleb Harris Facebook page or Caleb Harris Missing pages. Grab, a copy of this flyer, share it to social media. and all that stuff. Now, let's talk about Sebastian, because there are some updates there that we can talk about over the last couple of days. What do you want to say about, I guess, about that one, update wise?
So are we wanting to talk about the North Carolina situation? Is that what you're alluding to?
Well, I wasn't alluding to anything. We can talk about whatever you want to.
Mama J, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I just use their own words, and that's their worst enemy. Truly.
I don't know what you know that you can say, but yeah, we could talk about the North Carolina thing. I made a video earlier about it, and for people who don't know what he's talking about, you probably do, but just in case, there's a photo that's been floating around for about a week now, right? And it first came out that, hey, this looks like Sebastian Rogers. And then it was like, is it AI? Is it Sebastian Rogers? Well, apparently where law enforcement stands is they do not believe that it's AI. They don't necessarily believe it's Sebastian Rogers, but they believe that it is a real photo. It is something that they are investigating. They
were really trying hard with this photo. Why? This has always bothered me. Did it bother anybody else? Did anybody else have a hard time with how they kept lingering on this photo? Like, this photo from North Carolina seemed like something that they would not let go. They would not let go of it. And it bothered me so bad. So yeah, okay. You guys did too. Oh, yeah. It has always irritated me because I was like, what was the purpose of that? Right when Tony gets involved, this happens. It really stands out to me.
They talked to the woman that took the picture, correct? I understand.
Correct. One of the two guys has talked to her.
Okay, so they talked to them, but they're still investigating it. Nothing's been confirmed or denied yet. So right now it's a...
Correct. It's part of the investigation for sure.
Is there anything else about North Carolina that you can speak to?
I think just, everybody knows Seth went out there and they wouldn't let him see the footage. Law enforcement had told them not to let anybody see the footage. So, in the world that we live in, that's...
And they kept using that right there. That was Tony. Seth went out there. He, what a great father he is. He got in his car and he went out there. Okay. Chris and Katie said, that's not Sebastian. What was this? And then the big whole situation of he hung flyers up from one gas station to another on his way there. Wasn't Michaela supposedly with him during that trip too? I don't understand this, you guys. This has always bothered me. Yes, UA, the same thing that they tried with the Texas Roadhouse. They instantly went to trying to say that they were related to the person in the video or the photo. They instantly did that too.
That's all great stuff, because if there's nothing to see here, then why are you protecting the footage? So, everything like that leads them.
And almost instantaneously, if you notice too, here's Tony's entrance. And he's trying to make it seem like law enforcement is not being cooperative or allowing Seth to see the surveillance photo. Like law enforcement is withholding things from Seth. Like poor Seth, law enforcement is being terrible to him. Putting doubt in the public's minds that law enforcement is doing something against Seth Rogers. Kraken, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I'm just a weirdo when it comes to dates and things like that and letting it play out. Truly, it's just something that works for my brain. I know people get annoyed with it, but it's something that just really works for me. And this is really eye-opening to go back and see. This man was right in the beginning, played this hand.
Them to believe that they've got some real footage, proof of life, so to speak. I mean, that's fantastic.
And that footage came from the visitor center, I'm assuming, surveillance from there?
Correct. Yeah.
There's a lot of rumors regarding that photo that the woman...
All right, you guys in the compliments, thank you so much. I appreciate it. It's because of you guys, though, and putting up with my bullshit and being here with me as I do this. Truly, if you guys weren't interested in it, and it works for some of you too. We have found together, reviewing this stuff, so many things that just stand out majorly. And that's because of you guys. So thank you for putting up with me.
And in there is somehow related to Sebastian or related to Chris or Katie or Seth. I mean, I've heard all different versions of it. Is there any truth to that rumor that you were able to speak to?
Not to my knowledge. That person in there is a lady with a blonde hair and a bun. And I think there are people that speculating there might be some similarities, but I don't think there's really anything to that. I think it's just that she may not even be related to the kid in the picture. It could.
Oh, really? Really? But that's not what you were making it seem. Okay, Tony. Oh, God, he frustrates me. Elizabeth, definitely a weirdo. Psychopath, to be exact.
Just be an angle,
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I just wanted to make sure we address that coming from your mouth.
Sure.
To kind of stop that on the internet.
Mine too.
Yeah.
Is there anything else that's new regarding Sebastian's case that people should be aware of?
Not at this time.
Thank you.
All right. Well, let's get into you then. So
Wonderful.
wonderful. I know you're very excited. I have a
Let's get into you. Let's talk about the Tony show.
list of questions because I asked my followers, hey, what do you want to know? And then I asked some of my own too. I guess let's start with Caleb because that's what kind of brought you into this world. Well, actually, let's actually go back before that.
Exactly.
Tell us, whatever you're to the degree that you're comfortable sharing, what's your background as far as like what you do, what you want people to know about you.
So let's just have a conversation, right?
Yeah, have a conversation.
So,
He does this every time too. Is this not something that stands out to you guys? He does this every time. So he's supposed to be this spokesperson, a media spokesperson. He's going to control all the media. He's got all these protocols, basically, is kind of what he was alluding to on the Pascal of how he controls the media. But when it comes to him, it's let's just have a conversation. Like he tries to minimize his role in certain parts, but then he maximizes it in others. It's so freaking weird. Okay, Tony, you're weird. And this is going to be very problematic for you, Mr. Mathis.
I have no spokesperson background. I did not wake up 2 months ago and decide that I wanted to be somebody's spokesperson. I'm not one of these people that wants to put myself in somebody's bad situation. I'm a normal guy. I've got a normal family. I've got a great family. I've been blessed in life. And I happen to be.
He's constantly trying to make himself relatable. You're not relatable, dude. Not at all. You're not whatsoever relatable.
Really good friends with Randy Harris. I work with him. He likes me. He trusts me, and the feeling's mutual. And when I started out with Caleb's case, it was kind of like this deal with Seth. I mean, I just started out giving him advice from the background. I helped him kind of gain control of a Facebook page to where we could kind of control the message and use it to, create some volunteers and whatnot. And, he got about a week and a half to 2 weeks into that. And it became, when we would talk.
Control. I helped him gain control of a Facebook group. Seems like gaining control over people and things is something you pride yourself in doing there, Tony. That's why you are the top of the MLM, in my opinion. You guys have falsely inflated Seth to believe that he is. And I do believe that he is right up there with you. But only because you've propped him up to make him believe that because you are using him for your own personal need.
It was more, man, I could really use you here. I could really use somebody handling these interviews and whatnot. And I just told him, I said, brother, all you got to do is tell me what your needs are. And, I'm there for you. So if you need me to help you with interviews, if you need me to set up interviews, if you need me to do interviews.
Brother, again, trying to make himself seem like he's familiar to these people, that he really cares, as in a brother would. Manipulation tactics 101.
If you need me to be on interviews with you, I'll do anything you need me to help you do. And that's kind of how it all got started.
So basically, you worked with Randy, correct?
Yeah, we worked together for coming up on 3 years.
So Randy Harris work together, and you sell cranes for a living, correct? That's
correct.
Yeah,
I cover. I live in Oklahoma, but I cover like the northern part of the country, North and South Dakota. I'm in a hotel room in North Dakota right now.
So the next thing I want to say, and I already know the answer to this question, and I'm going to ask it anyways, even though it seems like a dumb question. But I know how the internet works. Do what?
Probably is.
Yeah. Chris Proudfoot works with cranes as an operator, and you sell them. Is there any connection there?
No, sir. I didn't know. The first conversation I had with Chris and Katie, when I was talking to them about being a spokesperson for all 3 members of the family, that's when I found out that he operated a crane. So the crane world is big but small. So we know some of the same companies that we've worked together with, but he operates a crane in the southeast part of the country, and I sell cranes.
She's one of the very bottom legs that doesn't even she's of the bottom legs that don't have to really hold up any part of the pyramid, if that makes sense. We might have more of a circle in this pyramid scheme, in my opinion. We might have to come up with a new shape to define what this actually is. I don't know. By the end of this, we're going to draw us a picture by the end of this.
Up in the northern part of the country. So not only would I not know him, but we wouldn't even cross paths like ever. So it's just a coincidence. That's all.
So as far as Randy's case goes, Caleb's case goes, let's go into that one first, because that when we get into the Sebastian Rogers case is very, very convoluted with a lot of layers. Caleb
I'm going to play through this just because I think it's important to hear what he said about the Caleb Harris case.
Right now is still fairly straightforward. I mean, there are layers to it, but it's easier. Is there anything like, how do I want to ask this? I'll just ask it this way. Is there any financial gain for you for working?
Maybe more like a parallelogram. I don't know. I got to find the most fucked up shape ever on the internet. Hey, never say never.
So there is not only zero financial gain. I've not taken $1 from Randy. Randy can verify that. People can reach out to Randy to verify that. My wife and
Right there, off the bat, the first thing he always wants. I've never taken a dime. I've never taken a dime from these people. I've never taken a dime. What up, butter? Tara, I'm not even going to try to pronounce that because I'm going to say like something like gnome or something. Just like I did that one time. I was so proud of myself for pronouncing a word. And then I was like, oh, well, I just fucked that all up. And I can't even remember what word it was now.
I have spent money out of our pockets for me to be able to be with him in Corpus Christi. I'm not, I'll let you ask the next question, but you know,
gnome?
I'll just answer it for you. I'm not taking any money from Seth. Seth has nobody on his team right now that's getting paid anything. I'm strictly a volunteer. I've been blessed in life. I'm in a good situation financially. And even if they offered me money, which I don't have the skill set to back that up, I wouldn't take any money from one of these families going through this. And if I couldn't spend my own dime to help and to be there for them, then I wouldn't do it.
And that's the same with, I'm guessing the same with Caleb's case as well. There's no, because there's rumors out there. And again, I've spoken to you a lot, so I feel that I know the answer to this question, but I'll ask you anyways. There's rumors that people are floating out there that you were being compensated out of the GoFundMe that they were putting together for Caleb. And I'll just let you address that. I believe I know the answer. In fact, I do know the answer, but I'm going to let you answer it.
So I started the GoFundMe account with some other coworkers, and I put the first $500 into that account for the family. I never actually had access to the account because it was the first GoFundMe account I'd ever created. But when you create a GoFundMe account, the money is basically in a cloud until you direct the account or the platform to dump into somebody's bank account. So all the way until a month or so ago, that money was in a cloud. I had no access to it. And at the point in time that Randy was ready to have that dumped into his account, he gave me that information. We had to go back and forth through some verification, you know.
Okay, this is going to seem very similar here when we get to the Lore Lodge part, when they talk about the money situation again. This is going to sound very familiar in certain aspects when we get to that part from the Lore Lodge. It seems very convenient to me. Kraken, thank you so much. I just got that. Thank you. Agome. Do we have that many pricks in this situation? There's a lot of pricks in that Gome. And we might have that many pricks by the time we're done. Each one of them, and I mean pricks as in points, but prick seemed more fitting for this group of people. We might. Can we fill them out? Let's see.
Emails, and then the money.
But I can't draw it. I do know that. Like I know I'm not going to be able to be. I'm not going to draw that. Maybe I can.
So I'm glad that you answered that. Thank you, because I know that's been something that's been floating out there, and wanted to make sure that people knew that you're doing this as a volunteer, as you are, your own time, your money, you're taking, so here's what I can tell you about Tony, because obviously y'all know that we've spoken multiple times. You've seen me with him, here on TikTok a few times. Tony also has a family, and I'm not gonna get into the details of his family, but he's working, he travels, he's taking time away from his hobbies, his family to do this. And I guess that leads me to the next question.
Poor him, right? Poor him. He's taken away. No, he cold calls families. Poor him. He inserts himself. Poor him. There's a benefit in this for him.
Why? I know why you took Randy's, but why Seth? What has drawn you to this case?
Quite honestly, I didn't want to be involved in this case because it was so muddy. But we had some common acquaintances, Seth and I did, and without getting into a lot of that.
He didn't want to be involved in this. And again, this is the part that really bothers me. You'll see a constant theme. I'm going to slow it down because he tries to make himself relatable. He tries to make it seem to the public that they have common people. They have people that they have crossed paths with, that it's that comfortability. He's trying to tell the audience that, oh, well, so-and-so knew so-and-so, and even though we are complete strangers, you should just trust me. It's that false trusting. And that's what he's trying to build in people is, well, Seth and I have common people. We didn't know that. We were complete strangers.
Quite honestly, I didn't want to be involved in this case because it was so muddy. But we had some common acquaintances, Seth and I did. And without getting into a lot of that,
Tara, we could draw this group of family tree like a fucking cactus with all the pricks. I mean, I can do that. I live in Arizona. I can draw a cactus. That would be like their family tree. One prick here, one prick there. We can do that. Tara's over here with all the shapes and educating us. And I'm like, I'm not even going to attempt to announce or pronounce those words.
some of the acquaintances had connected me with Seth and told me that he needed some guidance, some direction. Started about 3 weeks ago. About 3 weeks ago, he was concerned about search and rescue. So I was trying to get him set up with some search and rescue people. And then as we got to talking each and every day, it became more obvious that he wanted somebody doing his interviews. He wanted somebody helping him with interviews. He wanted somebody handling all the media, and he just didn't want to do it. So what happened was,
Anna, we could at the end. Yeah. In the timeline. Yeah, we could. It might be interesting.
I told him that if I was going to do it, I said, I need to talk to my wife. I need to talk to the Harris family. If I'm going to do it to help you, I'd really like to represent all three of you, because back then it was, Team Seth, Team Sebastian. I just didn't think it would be productive to represent, one side, so to speak. So, we spent the next couple of weeks, trying to get Chris and Katie on board. And, to this day, I don't know that won't ultimately happen.
Oh, really? Hey, Don.
But, right now, Friday, I agreed, Seth finally just laid it out there and he said, look, are you going to do this for me or not? And I said, yeah, brother, I'll do it for you. But even now, I'm still doing what I can do to protect Chris and Katie. I'm still trying to keep people from bringing them up or saying anything malicious towards them. And of course, Seth, we did an interview the other night and I felt like it was really clean. There was no drama, which, is there's a lot to be said for an interview in this case with no drama. The offer still stands with Chris and Katie. And quite frankly, if we could get this family all working together, not just superficially, but deeply.
But look how comfortable he was in the opening interview. Look how comfortable he was smearing them. He got real comfortable dragging them through their mud real fast, real fast. Dragon, I hope you're having a wonderful night. Tinfoil Tiara. So I've got to catch up on some of Clue's streams with the Psychic and the Jacob's Audible. But what I've seen, so I've got there that I don't even know what to think. Like that's how, why? Like it's too fucking weird. And momming it up was always fucking strange to me too.
I could keep everybody from out in front of a camera and we could go back to focusing on Sebastian. And, I don't really care. I don't really care what anybody thinks about me. I mean, I'm just a normal guy. I don't claim to be an expert in this. I didn't ask to do this. But I've got half the world out there throwing darts.
I didn't ask to do this. He opened this. Yeah, never say never. That whole situation with Jennifer Jennings is so strange to me. And I haven't really followed it much yet. I'm still in the baby stages of that. But so far, what I've even heard is kind of like, whoa, what?
It's me. And I'm a big boy with broad shoulders and thick skin. And if I've got people throwing arrows at me and literally creating YouTube, lives to talk about me when they've never met me, that's fine. I'm okay with it. Because if they're doing that to me.
You're not okay with it, though. You joined a filing against 2 single women in Pennsylvania, a state you don't even live in, because you're not okay with having pushback. I want you to remember that. He's okay with this. He's okay with it. But a few months later, he's a plaintiff alongside 9 others after 2 single moms. Okay. All right. And you seemed pretty proud that you were the internet's most hated when you opened this segment.
They're not doing it to the family. And let's face it, those types of people, they don't care anything about Sebastian. They're never going to care anything about Sebastian. They're never going to get on the ground and help. They're never going to put any positive vibes out there for the kid.
Tebow, Doomsday Prepper.
So they're going to throw arrows
Remember her buddy Jamal?
at somebody. It'd just as well be me. And if they're throwing them at me, they're not throwing them at the family. And, you know, Justin, you've dealt with enough spokespeople to know that, you know, part of the job is taking arrows, and, you know, it's just part of the deal. And I'm okay with it. I mean, I would suggest that, that if somebody want to know me and not what they've heard or what they've researched or whatever, you know, I'm an open book. You know, I talked to a lady today on Facebook that kind of sent me kind of an edgy message. And I just picked up the phone and called her on Facebook. We had a 30-minute conversation. Never met her before in my life. She was a great lady. And
what's he looking at? Why is this? Sorry, he needs that eyelid surgery.
by the time we got off the phone, she said, you know, you're not what I thought you were. And I said, well, how would you know what I was if you never talked to me? And she said, well, that's on me, but I greatly appreciate your time in the call. And boy, I had you.
He knows he's a smooth salesman. He knows he's packaged himself for years. He knows he's a smooth salesman. So if he can get somebody on the phone, he can try to manipulate them with his words.
You wrong. Well, I just like a chance. But if you're not willing to give me a chance, then hey, keep doing what you're doing. I'll keep doing what I'm doing.
So going back to something you said a second ago, I know that you've been talking to Chris and Kate. Are they on board with you at this point, helping them as well? Or are you still working to get them to come around?
I'm still working to get them to come around.
Okay. So what, with you coming in, so somebody said something in the comments, and so I'm going to work it into the question. A lot of people like Seth Rogers' authenticity is, I think, the word that they use, but you know how he is. He's off the cuff. He's just Seth Rogers. He is who he is. And a lot of people are drawn to that kind of, I don't call him a loose cannon because he's not, but he's been known to, you know, say some things kind of that you didn't expect him to.
I mean, I think that was an accurate description, Justin.
And
I think that's probably why you backed completely out of this case.
With that being said,
considering Justin on TikTok is a local, he lives in that area, and he completely distanced himself from this case whatsoever.
What do you say to people who are worried about taking away that authenticity, but then also going hand in hand with that? What do you do? What are you doing to help Seth and Sebastian in this case?
Excuse me, I got a cough. Seth does not enjoy being on camera, and that came out of.
Sir, that's not a cough. That's you choking on the bullshit you're spewing. That's that bullshit coming back up in your throat. You probably have acid reflux or ass reflux, considering all the ass-holish things that have came out of your mouth over the last fucking year. I'm sure your throat's burning.
His mouth, not mine. I'm not trying to keep the world from Seth, but the Seth that was getting emotional and saying things that he regretted later, admittingly.
I'm not trying to keep the world from Seth. Did I just hear that right? Or did I hear it backwards? Am I the one that heard that backwards? Let's listen to that. Did I hear that backwards?
Excuse me, I got a cough.
Hey, Real Cows.
Seth does not enjoy being on camera, and that came out of his mouth, not mine. I'm not trying to keep the world from Seth, but the Seth that was getting emotional and saying things.
He said it that way. I'm not trying to keep the world from Seth. Again, this lends to my whole thing of, in order to get access to Seth, you have to go through Tony. This is why I've been saying it, is things like that. He has limited access of the world to Seth, and you have to go through him. It's all control. Seth is the package that he is selling to the world.
Things that he regretted later, admittingly, he was not helping his own cause. And so my goal is to mitigate some of that. If we think it's good for him to be on camera, he can be on camera. I'm not telling him what to say and what not to say. I did tell him to try to keep it clean. If he got frustrated, to be frustrated. If he broke down, it's okay. If you feel broken, then show him that you're broke down. I mean, it's okay. I just
2 days into him being his public spokesperson, and he said, I told him to keep it clean. So that leads me to believe that Tony Mathis already knew that Seth has a very raunchy side, because again, he states in the BJ interview that he came in as a cleanup crew.
I think Seth feels comfortable, a lot like Randy Harris does. He feels comfortable having somebody there that if a question's asked that he doesn't feel comfortable answering, instead of going ahead and answering that, he's got somebody there to say, you know what, we're not going to talk about that right now. And and I'm not a control guy at all, but I have no problem controlling a situation if I think
And right there, I'm not a control guy at all. Sir, again, you're choking on the bullshit that you're spewing. Somebody that's not trying to control doesn't have to tell you that they're not trying to control the situation. I'm not trying to control it. Meanwhile, I'm trying to control it. Okay. You tell on yourself.
it's going to help Seth and or Katie or Chris and or more importantly, help find Sebastian. So I'm just kind of being a mediary, and I'm not trying to get in the limelight. I mean, I'm not trying to be a YouTube guy or TikTok guy. I mean, I'm trying to help two dads that desperately want their kids back find their kids. And it's not anything other than that. I don't make money. I lose a lot of time with my family. There is nothing in it for me. I've never been
Once again, instantaneously, I'm not making any money. That's the first thing he goes back to. Money over his family. I'm losing time with my family, but that's secondary to him not making any money.
attacked in my entire life like I have the past 48 hours. And I still don't know what your perception of somebody has to do with somebody that's willing to volunteer their time to help a family in need. I mean, I'm just lost. I don't get how people could be angry with that, but trust me, there's plenty of them.
No, you're not wrong there. I think that there's been a lot of creators, a lot of people who have, everybody basically connected with this case. And I'll just go ahead and say this. I've covered a lot of true crime, starting with Gabby Petito on social media, and I have never, ever seen anything like this case. The way that it's being, I mean, the case is weird. It's obviously bizarre. We know that there are things that just don't quite add up. But the way that people are really choosing teams and really going to bat and getting angry about it, where, as even I had to kind of take a step back with this and say, hey, look, you can't be team Seth, you can't be team Chris and Katie. Why can't we just all come together, have the common goal of finding Sebastian? That is the only team that we should have here at this point. And so from that perspective, I made the decision to step back, not talk about Seth, not talk about Chris and Katie, and just really focus on Sebastian. But you're right, walking into this, especially now 2.5 months in is where we're at. It's brutal out there if you're a face associated with this particular case. And you're finding that,
especially if your face is ugly like mine.
Well, fair enough. Then I don't think I'm going to touch that one. But
well, and the other thing too is one of your viewers just said it in the comments, and it didn't really hit me until I saw that. But there are people that make a lot more money if this family is going back and forth at each other, and they'll make money a day or two going in and
once again back to the money,
criticizing me and criticizing everything about me. But eventually that money train will dry up. And if I'm the guy that stops the family drama,
I could care less if I'm making $1 off of reviewing you. This is what the people need to see, who the spokesperson is.
Then I impact some people's income. And there could be some people that are irritated about that. But you know what? It's not about your income. You meaning a YouTuber. It's not about a TikToker's income. It's not about Justin. It's not about Pascal. It's not about any of the other people that I consider to be, friends of mine. It's about the kid. And it's not about anything but that. And I know it's not with.
It's about the kid. It's about the kid. Spokesperson doesn't even address the missing child by his name, Sebastian. Calls him the kid.
You. And I know it's not with Pascal. And I know it's not with some of the other people that I trust, like Jennifer Coffindaffer. But there are some people that it's about the money. And
Speaking of Coffindaffer, she'll be coming up in this timeline too. Isn't it ironic though? Isn't it ironic that the second day in, he's mentioning his friend, Jennifer Coffindaffer?
I can tell you that the same people that are criticizing me for helping this family have made far more money over covering this family than I'll ever make, because it would only take them $1 to do that.
Yeah, it's one thing too when it comes to cases like this is true crime obviously is a very big genre as far as content creation, as far as TVs, movies, things like that. It's a massive market, and what I frequently like to remind people pretty much through every case is that this, as entertaining as it might be to you or as invested as you get, remember that there are real family members associated with it. There's a real child with both of them, with both Caleb and with Sebastian, you have two children. I mean, and obviously I know Caleb's an adult, but he's still a child to his parents. But there are two kids that are missing. He's a kid to me too, because he's like 21, 22, but they're kids and they're still missing. They still need to be found. And whatever outcome or fate that they have, whether they're found alive or not, then at that point, they all deserve justice and the family deserves to have answers. So just reminding people that, hey, this isn't about entertainment. It's spreading awareness, trying to make sure that these names, these faces get out there and get found, and every missing person deserves that.
And really, Seth, I mean, if Seth wants to have somebody speaking for him, he's entitled to that. It's not anybody's call or business. If Seth wanted to have some guy that was a janitor down at the convenience store talking for him, if that's what he wanted, then that should be what it is. And if you care anything about the father or the child, you shouldn't question why they're doing what they're doing. You should let them handle the worst situation in their life the way that they see fit. It's not our cross to bear. It's not our catastrophe. It's his catastrophe, and it's Katie's and Chris's, and it's all this family's catastrophe.
But you're the one that's limited access, and people have to go through you in order to get access to Seth. It's not about you, but you control access to Seth. Interesting how that works. That's not usually spokesperson type material, is it there, Tony?
And it's Randy and Becky Harris's catastrophe. I mean, the way they choose to grieve, the way they choose to ask people to speak for them. I mean, if you care anything about another human, I mean, let them do what they want to do. I mean, this is not our child. It's just not.
You're right. And so with all of that said, again, we're 2.5 months into this case. Answer this how you want, but coming in this late in the game, what do you feel that you can do effectively with this case coming in, again, 2.5 months in?
Well, right now, what I'm doing is I'm giving Seth some peace of mind. I'm giving him some time to relax and decompress. And this media thing was stressing him to the hilt. So at least with Seth, time will tell what I can do for the whole case. But, wrap your brain around what would happen if we could get everybody working together, keep everybody out of the media, unless we had something united and positive to say.
Seems like you did everything opposite of attempting that, if you ask me.
And get everybody focused on looking for Sebastian. That would be my end goal. My short-term goal is to help Seth do what he's asked me to do, help him with a lot of this media stuff, bring him on when it makes sense to have him on.
Man, I'm sitting over here just like my brain hurts already. I've watched this probably 4 or 5 times myself independently, this interview. But every time I pick up on something different. And this one, to me, is so telling of how he was telling everybody, look, I'm going to control this guy and manipulate all of you to believe that I'm his buddy here for his best interest. But I'm going to control and limit access to this man. So everybody has to come through me. He sure as fuck was saying it all out front without saying it out front. This interview with him is probably one of the best ones that tells exactly who he is.
On, and just give him some guidance and, clean things up a little bit, leave the emotion other than the sadness and a little bit of the anger, towards losing his son, not knowing where his son is.
It's just telling. It's so telling.
Bring a little bit of that on, but leave the real emotion, leave the, losing your temper, leave that behind the scenes. And, let's get back to delivering a message that people can get on board with. Some people like the drama. Some people quit following the case because of the drama. I mean, I've got hundreds of messages that, that said, hey, we quit following the case because we couldn't deal with the drama. Well, when you quit following the case, you're only hurting Sebastian. You're not hurting the parents. You're not hurting me.
So let's talk about law enforcement a little bit. I know we have to handle this discussion with kid gloves.
Second day in as the public spokesperson. We heard in August, he said that he doesn't talk case details. Okay, what's he going to say 2 days into this?
How do you feel? I want to ask you for both of the cases. How do you feel they're handling? You can insert whatever way you want. How do you feel that things are being handled regarding law enforcement and their investigation into this case?
Well, I mean, I've dealt with law enforcement with Randy and Caleb's case, and I'd always like for law enforcement to have, maybe a weekly meeting, maybe, just general discussion about what's going on with the case. I mean, nothing that's going to impede the investigation, nothing that's going to tip their hand, but just some general consistent information to make people feel good about where they're at or or are they anywhere? I mean, we don't know any of that, but that's really all I have to say about that right now, because I'm just 2 days into the game.
Yeah.
And when I get to where I've got a little bit of interaction with them, I mean, I can tell you my plan is to reach out to them, gain some trust with them. And my pitch is going to be, I don't want to do anything to hurt your investigation. So when I'm doing interviews, at least for Seth or potentially for all 3 family members, what is it okay to talk about and what is it okay not to talk about? And if they feel like they can control some of that, then they're more likely to start communicating with the family. And that's going to be my first angle.
I think that sounds like a really great place to start. As far as Caleb's case goes, though, are you able to comment on how you feel law enforcement is handling that one?
I'd like more communication.
Okay.
But to be fair, Randy and I are both law enforcement supporters. Randy gets a meeting every Wednesday. I would like them to be a little more open with the information that they're giving him. Again, nothing specific, but hey, do you have somebody in your crosshairs? Yes, we do. Perfect. That's all we need to know. Do you have something I can take home and tell his mother that will allow her to sleep a little better at night? That's all.
Bear with me. I'm switching this really quick. This is from May 16th. So 11 days.
Bobby Simmons.
11 days after the interview with Justin. This was what Tony said 11 days later.
I don't know what the nature of those calls is. And quite honestly, until Stephen brought me this information and somebody else brought me some information last night, I haven't been involved in any of the communication with law enforcement, because at this point, that's not what Seth has asked me to do. So, I don't have those answers, but I know when he got this information, definitively, it was not anything he had ever had or knew about.
And we know in this live, Tony was just spewing shit. This is the first live on TikTok 13 days after he got involved. He stated that they had confirmation that Sebastian was in contact with Katie's mother. They retried that again on Lore Lodge. There's never been any substance to that, proof to that, anything. There is no proof or facts behind any of those claims. But here on the 16th, 11 days after his interview with frickin' Justin on TikTok, he admits that Seth has not asked him to have any involvement with law enforcement. What a clown. I'm going to play that one more time, just because these are the things that really stand out to me.
Is crazy.
And this is when he was so excited about his pressure campaign against law enforcement. If you see another consistent theme with Tony's behavior, involvement, there is always a constant discrediting of law enforcement. But he publicly states he proudly backs the blue. He's such a proud supporter of law enforcement. Meanwhile, he very underhandedly, constantly tries to imply that law enforcement isn't doing enough, not supporting the families enough, not giving the families enough. But he is a proud back the blue.
That they're putting this information out there, that they have not given this information.
He never said that Chris and Katie done it. He never said anything of those natures. He
no,
just
I
said
know. This is the case. Why haven't they done a press release? But more importantly, why didn't they tell the father this information?
I tell you what, everybody should demand those questions. Demand the answer.
Yeah, but Seth has not, I mean, I guess I can ask you, Tony. Seth has not asked directly to law enforcement or anything. When was the last time Seth pressured law enforcement for answers? Other than not.
Oh man, is anybody else just sitting here furious? Looking back on this, I think a lot of us recognize right off the bat something was wrong here in this picture, but it is so obvious going back and throwing these in and watching his behavior. It's right in front of your face, and he talks out both sides of his mouth, and it's constantly, oh, I'm such a backer of XYZ, such as law enforcement. I'm not a control person. Meanwhile, I'm a control person. I back the blue. Meanwhile, I'm going to tell you how corrupt they are. Every fucking thing. Tony, Terry, you might be right. They might need a distraction from this. This is why I tagged Seth in this. Seth, as much as you like these guys, they're your brothers, and as much as you've been condoning this shit, none of these people give a shit about you. You're just the next package that he's selling to the public. Truly, and you're allowing him to do it because he's using all of your emotions of wanting to attack your ex and her spouse. And he's, in my opinion, preyed on that, and you've allowed him to, but you're just the package he's selling to the public.
Around PI, I should say.
Seth talks to Bobby Simmons. I don't know what the nature of those calls is, and quite honestly, until Stephen brought.
It's beneficial to Seth, if we're being honest, because Tony is so willing to attack Katie, and if Tony won't do it, they've got the entire downline to do it. One of them will. That's why Justin is right underneath Tony, because he is willing to do all of the horrendous things to constantly target Katie and Chris.
Me this information, and somebody else brought me some information last night. I haven't been involved in any of the communication with law enforcement because at this point, that's not what Seth has asked me to do. So, I don't have those answers, but I know when he got this information, definitively, it was not anything he had ever had or knew about.
I think that we should.
Oh, this just frustrates me. Sorry, I laid this out and I'm still frustrated listening to it. I forget, and it's only going to get worse because some of these are so telling. And this one isn't even as bad as the Coffindoffer one or the Lore Lodge one or any of them that Tony went on.
That's all I'm after. That's it. Nothing more specific.
Speaking of somebody in the crosshairs, with this case, with Sebastian Rogers, last update we had from law enforcement, which was probably 2-ish weeks ago, basically it was they're still searching, keep your eyes open, check your properties if you live in the area, but there's no real leads. There's nothing, no foul play, no real leads, not a criminal investigation, etc. Other than the picture.
I've questioned that myself as Francisco, and we don't know what type of contracts he's involved in with any of these guys. Tony has said that there was no contract, but we know that there was a contract with AtNight. We have no idea what they have on him or the position that they're put in. Like, truly.
That's out there now that they've not said, that is a lead. They've said that it is a lead. They're looking into it. They're investigating it. Have you heard of anything else that you're able to speak to? Obviously, if you can't, you can't. Regarding.
That's one thing he has proudly always told people is he likes to fish. Yep. And sadly, the catch he likes to see, his trophy catches are parents of missing children. That's the sad thing.
Leads or any movement in this case where they might have somebody in their crosshairs enough to at least kind of look at them.
I haven't heard anything like that, and I'll be straight with you, Justin.
Beth, don't angry clean, but angry cleaning is really beneficial too. I do the same thing, but it is frustrating. Exactly. Like, I'm so glad I'm not alone seeing this shit like in reverse. Yeah, we all know it's here, but when you lay it out like this, there's no denying it. There's no maneuvering. And I can't wait to see which one of the team members is going to come out. Tony's such a great guy.
The first couple days, it's been trying to get a Facebook group created that we could use for resources, we could use to disseminate information. It's been, trying to come up with a plan, trying to come up with
Back that up. He is a freaking pro at those Facebook groups. Again, what do these people and these creators use for their misinformation and attacks on parents? Facebook groups, threads on Facebook. If you provide salacious content, what are YouTubers going to do? They're going to take that information and run with it. If you have control over a Facebook group and control the rumors and speculations and feed that shit in a Facebook group that you have control over, you can control that public optics in the narrative. Oh, Tony, we see your game.
The first couple days, it's been trying to get a Facebook group created that we could use for resources, we could use to disseminate information. It's been, trying to come up with a plan, trying to come up with a standard way we do things. I have not dug much at all into the case. And really and truly, I mean, I need to know what it's okay for me to know. And that needs to be working in conjunction with the PI, with law enforcement. And that's what I should be sharing. I don't really need to be deeply involved in the case. I'll be more involved than I am today, but after the first 2 days, I'm not really that deep into the case. I'm still working.
Why would you would have to know the case details if you are the one communicating with media to try and set up media interviews. That's what the focus should be on, is Sebastian, right? The missing case of the missing child, Sebastian. You would want to make sure you know exactly the factual details of the case so you can communicate that with the people you're setting up interviews with. These are the things that we need to address for awareness purposes to continue to bring awareness to Sebastian. But Tony is right here telling us that it wasn't about Sebastian. He was there to clean up after Seth. Hey, Just Debbie.
On setting up an interview schedule and, getting to know the personalities of the people involved. And, it's kind of like starting any other new job. You don't get in there and start going crazy. You start learning your coworkers and what everybody's personality is. And, you start kind of identifying how it is you're going to move, if that makes sense.
It does. So you've got interview scheduled, Seth. Are you allowed to speak about what interview?
Duchess, are you in here? If Duchess is in here, Duchess, have you ever had to think about how you are going to move in regards to bringing awareness to a missing child? Any of my advocates in here, or people that advocate bring awareness to, have you ever had to think about and plan out how you were going to move to bring awareness to a missing child? Isn't it facts, awareness, keeping the missing child's face or the missing person's details face out there? You haven't had to think about how am I going to move through this? I'm catching so many things in this that, sorry, I'm pausing constantly. We're going to probably have a part 3 at this point, maybe 12, as much shit as I'm talking.
You have, or what y'all have coming up? If not, again, it's okay. But
so we have News Nation, Elizabeth Vargas tomorrow. We have Nancy Grace on Tuesday. And that's the extent of what we've got. We're going to be.
Tara, she doesn't ever listen, ever. At least she fixed her toe, though. Earlier, I told her when I got off the phone, I was like, go fix your toe. She was like, okay, I'm going to go fix my toe. She fixed her toe. She listened to that. But it was because the Duke was telling her she needed to fix the toe. She's beautiful, but that toe, on the other hand. I knew you were going to say no, because this is not what awareness of missing is.
I'm going to be getting on some groups on TikTok with some people that have, a high following like yourself and some other people. I'm going to be doing an interview at some point with Jennifer Coffindaffer, but I know for a fact.
Oh, yes, he did. And that's coming up.
That Seth and I together are going to do News Nation and Nancy Grace in the next 2 days.
Okay. And then you kind of answered this, but I'm going to throw this up there because somebody asked. We need mainstream media to air and repeatedly run Sebastian's missing persons case. Can you get mainstream media to pick up Sebastian's case? So I know you just mentioned a few of those. Are there plans to get any more of the, obviously News Nation is great. A lot of us who are.
And how many interviews, national media, not court TV, how many national media interviews has Tony Mathis landed Seth Rogers? Can anybody in the comment section tell me in all this time? How many national media interviews has Tony Mathis successfully landed Seth Rogers?
Or in the true crime space, watch it. But, any more mainstream networks, your Fox, CNN, even more local stations in Nashville. Is there any plans, or are you working on a plan to get in front of more of the national media? Because obviously, last thing I'll say here is social media is social media, but you know how this works. You can talk to a lot of people who don't do a lot of social media, and they will have no clue about this case at all. So it's basically another medium to reach.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've got, quite a few media connections that I simply made through Caleb's case. And I've had a lot of those people reach out to me. Fox and Friends is one of them. We're still.
Guess who went on Fox and Friends? Can the comment section answer that? Which parent went on Fox and Friends? It wasn't Seth. Do you remember which one? It was Katie.
Working to get on with Good Morning America. I'd like to talk to John Walsh about his new show, but absolutely. I mean, we haven't really even begun to go after the media yet. We're still.
And isn't it ironic that they went on America's Most Wanted and Tony Mathis wasn't involved? But he mentions John Walsh's new show, which is America's Most Wanted. And Tony Mathis had nothing to do with that. Ooh.
Trying to come up with a plan. And, the News Nation interview and the Nancy Grace interview, they just fell into our lap. That's nothing that I went and did. And I'm not a guy that's got every media on speed dial. I've got 4 or 5 major contacts, through you. I mean, I've become friends with Joe Petito. He's helped a little bit, push some people our way, but there's definitely.
I know I bore a lot of people. I'm sorry about that. I know I'm not fun enough. It's what people have said. I'm too factual at times, which again, I understand that's not for everybody, but I really wish right now, considering what we know, I wish people would review this. I really wish people would. I don't care if they just play this on loop. Maybe I should just play it on loop. This is what people need to know about these guys. This is what people need to remember about who these people are. Because I tell you what, it is my mission to make sure that Tony Mathis and AtNight Media do not touch or involve themselves with another family of missing children. And you heard me, Tony. I will make damn sure any family that you start working with, I will contact and tell them, here you go. This is what you're up against. This is who is trying to use your trauma for their own personal gain. You, sir, are fucking sick with how you use these victims and their tragedies.
Plans to get some bigger interviews with some bigger media outlets. We've got to get our plan together, and we've got to get our schedules together. And, it's if we can do 2 or 3 of those interviews a week, we're doing really, really well, in addition to the other platforms that we're utilizing.
And just so you know, I would leverage, maybe reach out to Joe. Joe does have John Walsh's information.
Yeah.
So I don't know. And he, y'all can have that discussion, but Joe's got a lot of very good resources as well. And I'm sure he wouldn't mind at least, in fact, I can tell you for a fact, he has no problem at least sending a message to them and asking. So
right. He's been very helpful.
Yeah, he enjoys doing that. We can't speak highly enough about Joe. So
didn't he pop on? I think he popped on one of our TikToks in Caleb's case, right?
He did. And he likes to pop in sometimes. For all I know, he could be here now. He just kind of does that sometimes when he's streaming. But so Seth is still off work, correct? At this point in time?
Yes, he goes back to work next week.
Okay. How do you know? Are you able to say how he's feeling about that? Because I know he's got to be. I know he's got to be a little stressed.
He wants to be there looking for Sebastian, but he also understands that he needs his job. And unfortunately, this is the same situation that Randy Harris found himself in. He had to get back to work as well. And most of us aren't in positions where if our child went missing, we could take off work forever and still have a job. And that's kind of the harsh reality.
Yeah, it is. Now, regarding this case, one thing before you came on for the last few weeks, Seth had been pushing a petition to try to get the FBI to take lead on this case. We know that the FBI is involved. We know that the TBI is involved. We know that local police are involved. We know that the Secret Service is involved. Do you know where that stands at this point? Is he still wanting FBI to take lead? Is there any movement that appears that again, I know you're only 2 days into it, so you don't know what you don't know, but
Den, hear me when I say this. I agree with you on a personal level. Absolutely agree with you. However, when we're looking at this from the optics standpoint, we are looking at it from their words, what they have told us. Tony's own words is this is a vulnerable, grieving father who can't even make rational decisions when it comes to $50. We're looking at it from the opportunistic part of what Tony and those guys saw in Seth. I agree with you on Seth. He's allowed this. He's encouraged this. But we're looking at it from the optics of what they are selling to the public. This is what they are packaging up and selling, because there's going to be another Seth Rogers, another family with a missing child that they try to grab a hold of AtNight and Tony. They're packaging him up. And that's why I say, like, I agree with you guys 100%. So don't take it that I am like a Seth like stan. I do not believe at this point in time, based on evidence, that he's involved in his child's disappearance, which that could easily change, provided evidence. I have a lot of fucking questions, a lot of things that stand out to me, a lot of glaring questions. But we're looking at this from the standpoint of how they're selling Seth to the public. And this would be, in my opinion, considered exploitation of a vulnerable father. Their words, not mine. We're just playing them back. So I hope you guys understand that. Like, I'm looking at it from the standpoint of what Tony is telling us and selling us. Their team, Betty, has even alleged that Tony, or Seth, excuse me, not Tony, might have the same disabilities as his missing child. They have constantly beat that in our heads, the team. He's vulnerable. Meanwhile, they have all aligned themselves to use this man's grief and trauma because they're all opportunists. Seth is one family, one person with a missing child. These people do it time and time and time again. And that's what we need to be able to stop, because there will be another Seth Rogers that they all do the same thing with. Seth is a problem in his own right. But these people, in my opinion, are dangerous.
Any movement that shows that the FBI might be interested in taking lead on this?
Well, unfortunately, that's not how it works. There has to be a multitude of, it could be 3 or 4 reasons. There has to be a reason that
And if you have questions about what I just said, ask me, please, because I want to make it very clear. Like, I agree with a lot of what you guys are saying in the comments. I'm looking at this from the Tony perspective of how he is selling Seth to us, what he is doing, how he is maneuvering him. AtNight does the same exact thing. It's actually really scary.
FBI takes it over, or they have to be asked to take it over by local law enforcement. And we're just not there yet. I mean, we've got a lot of reasons in Caleb's case to have the FBI take charge, and they're still not in charge in that case. And we've got a lot of digital data that's needed to be sifted through. And we got a lot more pieces in that case than we have in this one. So, you know, a petition is.
Beth, that is extremely valid. Extremely valid. And that's a huge point, that it's like, why would somebody in their worst state be willing to do this? Be willing to sit by and watch these people do what they've done? It's unreal. Unreal. I agree with you guys.
Great. And I think that being aggressive is always good. But the truth is that, you know, it's going to take, in this situation, it's going to take local law enforcement asking for that to happen. And I don't see that happening anytime soon. I'll just, you know, I'll be honest with you.
The other option would be is if there turns out to be validity to the photo, and this is a big if.
That's one of the situations I'm talking about.
Yeah. So basically what I'm referring to, for those of y'all who don't know what he is, if the photo turns out to be Sebastian, or they have enough evidence that they believe it's Sebastian, then it becomes him being taken across state lines, which now makes it federal jurisdiction, meaning that the FBI can, well, not jurisdiction, but allows them to take over because it's multi-state.
What it allows is it allows them to get more involved at the onset. It does not mean that they immediately take over. So, you know, it's still gray there, but it gives them more of an entry to take over, if that makes sense.
It does. Now, speaking of, again, still Sebastian with this, searches. There have been a lot of searches. They seem to have gone quiet. I know that after the last vigil that I went to, not the last vigil, but the last one that I had gone to, they were still searching. It just wasn't being made as public as it was. Are you able to speak to, you know, how are they still doing searches? Are you planning, or you or anybody planning on bringing in outside search teams?
Have they brought in one search team yet? Has Tony and Seth brought in one search team yet? And I'm talking outside of them and their, what does BJ call it? Their photo op on the boat for the news article. Have they brought in any search teams? Have they prepared and organized a search? Have they searched? Hey, Sammy.
To come in and basically reevaluate this area, talking about Texas EquiSearch or any of those types of.
Yeah, we've we've got at least one search team that we're looking at bringing in, and I'll just leave it at that right now. But
that was Nina Glass.
We definitely feel like one of the missing pieces here is we have not had enough people on the ground searching. So I'll just leave it at that. We feel like there needs to be multiple search entities in here with good intentions on the ground, and
I have not seen or heard them talk about one search. Good night, Kitty Coo. Yeah, John, I have not seen or heard one search team. Hey, Sherry. Yeah, Shelly, same, that they're looking for places to search. But we know that Tony, BHB, they've all been to Tennessee. How many times now? 4 or 5 times at least. Not one time did they go out there searching. Why? You would think that that would be first and foremost priority to search. In fact, they've done nothing but smear Chris and Katie when they went out there searching, or Chris and Katie's SAR trained private investigator who was there searching. Like SF or not, the man actually searches. And they've done nothing to try, or nothing but try to impact and make the public believe that they're not searching. But that's not the case.
This is much different than Corpus Christi. I mean, this is an area here where you've got hundreds of thousands of acres of wooded land and private property. And, we could have 10 EquiSearches in here and it would still take forever to search. So there's a big need for that.
And as
EquiSearch was there and did search. Twyla and Dave spoke about it on Duty Runs.
Maybe you don't know this, but I live in the area. Like Sebastian's house.
And you know what Seth's reaction to it was? He talked shit about Dave Rader. He was salty towards Dave Rader. That's how he handled that. Oh, this is so fucking frustrating hearing this. And again, you guys, I've watched this like 5 fucking times and I'm still like over here just foaming at the mouth right now. Hey, Vamos. Hey, everybody coming in. Hey, Artist Creek. Hey, Angel.
Providence is like 12 minutes away from my house. So it's very, very close. And one thing that has been kind of problematic in this area, just so people can know, is that if there is certain properties that police and law enforcement want to get on, there are property owners out there that are refusing to let them on and search, even though they're a missing child.
Hey, Justin, do me a favor here.
Hey, Snorky.
Yeah. Do you want to respond to this Charlie VR guy? I'll say guy because I don't want to call him what I'd normally call him.
I'm not sure. I don't know if I see it.
913. Why are you using Caleb Harris's name to get in with these missing children's families? You don't know any. You don't.
Oh, Charlie. Charlie, you know this fool? I want to know how Charlie knew this, had this guy pegged.
Yeah.
Get it up. Hold on. It's either 9th. I gotta go way back.
This is from May 5th, 2024. 2 days after it was made public that Tony Mathis was the spokesperson for Seth Rogers. What we are doing, just so anybody that's just coming in is wondering, we're going back and we're taking a look at what do AtNight Media and Tony Mathis have in common. And in order to do that, we're going back through when they introduced themselves, when they came on the scene, the progression of how they've maneuvered, the different things that they've said. Tony Mathis started out in May. We've already heard a lot of bullshit out of him. So if you missed the beginning, you might want to rewind. We actually started out of order, but it really set the tone for where we are now. And then we're building up. We're going to walk through Tony Mathis's involvement. From this, we're going to the Jennifer Coffendorfer interview. And then we're just going to go right down the line. Nick, Dog, the interviews, Tony, back to Nick. We're just going right back because Tony and AtNight and the people that they're affiliated with are a problem. Major problem. It might end up being a multiple part series. I've already warned you guys. We already know there's going to be 2. We might have more because I've had a lot to say. And we're catching a lot of weird shit.
How much money are you? I mean, is this guy not even paying attention? I mean, you addressed all this.
Well, sometimes, and for those of people who are coming in a little bit late, they might come in seeing it live, not realizing that they could back up and see all of this. I'm still trying to find the comment, but if you want to address it, I mean, please, by all means.
So first off, I'm not using Caleb Harris's name to get in with the family. The family came to me. I didn't come to the family. Second off, I don't know anymore than, yeah, that's it right there. There you go.
This Charlie had him pegged right off. Look how mad he is. Look at how pissed he is that they've got his number right off the bat. He is super pissed about that. If it wasn't true, Tony, why would you be so mad?
Of course, I don't know any more than law enforcement does. I'm not coming on as a PI, and I've made exactly $0 from either family. So, I mean, either you're on board to help find Sebastian or you're not. And
he instantly, the first thing he always says when people push back on him is you're either involved to find the missing child. Meanwhile, he calls him the kid. Didn't even say his name. Doesn't know the details of the case. Avamos, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Welcome to the cabana.
And stuff like that doesn't do any good to anybody. It certainly doesn't do any good to Sebastian. I don't know what Charlie's doing to help the case, but I'd be interested to find out.
He instantly shames them. What are you doing? If you're questioning me, you're not in this for the missing child. No, sir, you don't represent the missing child. Let's be factual. We've already seen that. We've already pointed that out many times already in the 2 hours we've been watching you. This was cleanup for Seth. You're not in this. You're not Sebastian's spokesperson. You're Seth's spokesperson. You've made that very clear. So don't try to use Sebastian to shame people, because it's Seth that you're protecting, not Sebastian.
This is probably the bulk of what he does.
Yeah.
Hey, Vigil.
There was another thing that I saw a second ago. Let's I can't find it, but it goes pretty quickly. Here's what I'll say. Somebody's asked, like, you're not getting paid for it. Explain this, explain that. So what I'll say is this. We just at the beginning, and I would encourage you, if you're coming in late, to rewind this live back to the beginning and start watching it, because we talk about the money aspect at the very, very front.
I would agree with Justin. If you just came into my live stream, I would encourage you at some point to rewind to the beginning and watch from the beginning, because Tony shows his entire ass. Most of us have known and seen what he is, but there's no denying watching his own words, just one after another.
What I can tell you from this, starting with Caleb Harris, is that he helped set up the GoFundMe and was the first donor to the GoFundMe. He spends his own time, money, effort, resources to go, because he doesn't live in Texas where Caleb's missing, and he doesn't live in Tennessee where Sebastian's missing.
They instantly go to the money every time.
It's okay to say you live in Oklahoma, right? You said at the beginning. So you live in Oklahoma. And he has to fly to these places, and he does that out of his own pocket as well. So that's what I can tell you that I am aware of. And I can also tell you that, he didn't come looking to work on this case. Seth asked him to work on it. Seth felt he needed a spokesperson. I don't know why. I didn't speak to Seth about this. This was his decision. So I don't know but I would imagine the fact that, without putting words in his mouth, that he is mentally and physically exhausted. It's been 2.5 months that his kid has been missing. He's done, I don't even know how many interviews. I'd say probably hundreds at this point of interviews. And so anyways, so the whole purpose of him coming in there is basically to help clean it up, make it look a little bit better. And I think that we can talk about his interview last night. He was sitting there, nice shirt on, much more composed.
Clean it up. To clean Seth up. And if you rewind, no, Lake Erie, none of these guys are Nick yet. We haven't got to Nick yet. Nick's coming up down the road. He doesn't enter the scene until September.
Than he typically is. And that's not a bad thing.
And people got mad about that.
So the way I see it is, a lot of people who do these things, they, Chris Dingman is a good example for Riley Strain. He doesn't get paid either. The families ask, and what are you going to do? Tell somebody who's missing their kid?
We should do a comparison of Chris Dingman to Tony Mathis. That would actually be, hey Dreams, that would actually be do you guys know who Chris Dingman is from the Riley Strain case? A comparison of Chris to Tony. That might be interesting.
No, they asked him and he did it. And there's a lot of work and effort that goes into this kind of stuff. As creators, there's a lot of work and effort that goes into it. But as a spokesperson, you are so much deeper into the weeds. And so just, please be aware of that. But let's just say this, even if he did get paid to do it, the family did pay him, which they're not, it's still a lot of work away from his family, his job, his, hobbies, things that he likes to do. It's his time. So that's what I'll say about it.
I would love to have one of the professional spokesperson, the ones that are actually like in these roles that treat them professionally. I would love their input on Tony Mathis. I would love it if we could get one of the actual spokespeople to give a breakdown of Tony.
Yeah.
But they
Anything
probably
you want to add, or is that good?
No, I think that's
All right. So let me ask you this. Speaking of that last comment, how are you balancing your life, work, these two very high profile cases with your family, your kids, all of that stuff? How are you managing?
Good choo-choos. You're good.
Well, I used to have spare time. I used to take my daughter to tennis lessons. She's in tennis, basic.
Look at this. I used to have spare time. I used to have hobbies. Wah, wah, wah. You're choosing to do this. Seth called you up and said, "Are you going to do this or not?" And you said, "Okay." You made a choice. But now I used to be able to do all these things. Lake, thank you so much for coming over.
Basically 6 days a week.
If you have any questions, ask away. We're deep in the rabbit hole. So if we confuse you guys, the comment section is keeping up very well. They can tell you anything that you want to know.
Week. She's homeschooled right now. And I used to spend a lot of time fishing. And I can tell you the last 2 months, there hadn't been a lot of fishing and there hadn't been a lot of daddy at tennis lessons. So that.
You know what he doesn't do? He doesn't fish and catch and release. He gets his hook in his trophy fish, aka parents of missing children, and he reels those suckers in and takes them home. Tony, the expert fisherman, he just started fishing for parents of missing children and victims of tragedies instead of actual fish.
That's where the time's coming from, because it can't be taken away from my job.
And I do want to see this comment right here. I'm going to pin one up, but we're just going to deal with some of the people in here. What is TikTok going to help? Casey, I would encourage you to reach out to Joe Petito and ask him what he thinks about TikTok and YouTube and how it helps. I would encourage you. In fact, if you want to reach me directly, I have Joe's number. You can put in a text and I'll forward it on and I'll send you back his answer. Those are basically the questions that I had for you. We can obviously take some from the comments if anybody.
Gabby Petito's case, with all due respect, was a lot different than Sebastian's. Yes, to social media, can it have a very positive effect? Yes. Awareness purposes, yes. But it also has a very negative connotation when it's targeted harassment campaigns against the parents and misinformation and disinformation campaigns instead of awareness.
He wants to ask. I did see one actually earlier that I do want to ask, that I think Bullhorn Betty was asking, which is, at this point, we've all been made aware of, I'll call it alleged abuse that went on in the household. According, there are things that neighbors have said, things that Chris and Katie and Seth have said. Do you know if there's anything happening or movement with that?
But I don't have about any of that. I've heard rumblings, but the only thing I'd say is that if you have a neighbor that's credible and a neighbor knows that a kid's missing, why on earth would a neighbor wait 60 days to disclose anything serious about Sebastian? I mean, I'm not saying it's BS, but I would be leaning towards it's BS, because no normal person would wait 60 days to come forward with something like that. And
he's talking about the fake neighbor that went on crime lines and bullshittery. Isn't it ironic that not long after that, when they needed a distraction, Tony Mathis went into Spanky's comment section and made up the rumor that Chris was overheard by a neighbor calling Sebastian heinous things and saying he wanted to harm him. Do you remember that? But that was like 8 months later, not just 60 days. Do you guys remember that? When Tony went into Spanky's and made the comments and then BJ ran with it? There was no proof of that. This is May 5th, 2024, OG Fish. Hey, Chaos.
I heard the whole power washer comment. And again, I'm not going to get involved in spreading rumors because that's what people do about me. And I don't really care for it. I know that the parents don't care for it. Step parents don't care for it. I heard this, this power washer thing. And I mean, let's face it, anybody that's ever used a real power washer, if you did something other than spray the kid with the mist, which is what I do to my wife and my kids when they come outside when I'm power washing, Sebastian would have been in the hospital. So, I'm not really interested in all that noise because to me at this point, it's just noise.
That's fair. Other than that, I mean, again, we'll see whatever other questions people have. We want to be cognizant of Tony's time. I know that you've been on TikTok quite a bit today. And you can follow him on Find Caleb Harris. He's been going live. He's helping with both of these cases. But what other questions do you have? We're gonna see.
And if any of your viewers, I'm on Facebook. I've got a real profile. It's not fake like a lot of the people that are attacking everybody. If anybody wants to message me, if somebody feels like they really want to talk to me or find out what I'm about, tell them to message me. I mean, I'll call them on Facebook audio and, we can have a conversation. I mean, if they're up to no good, I can't do much with them, but if they really do think I've got bad intentions or I'm making money or whatever, I mean, we can have a conversation about it. I don't run from anybody. And quite frankly, if you're not helping with the case, then, I'm not too concerned about what your opinion is anyway. I mean, I'm focused on these two kids.
So let's lead into this because this is a good question. Speaking of that, there are 2,000 people in here. There's gonna be more people that watch it later. What can people do to help? Obviously, they can hand out flyers for both of these kids. They can share them on their social media, get out there. But what else can people do to help?
So I think I just got a text. So this is the first thing you guys can do is you can go join the Facebook group that is actually supported by Seth Rogers. And the name of that group is Find Sebastian Rogers. It's got 1.8 thousand members in it in one day. You're going to be able to go on that page. You're going to be able to download flyers. I mean, right now, the best thing you can do is not be part of the problem, be part of the solution, pass flyers out, talk about the case in a positive way, pray, let law enforcement do their job. In a situation like this, somebody says, stop the drama and BS, that will help immensely. I mean, amen to that. That's spot on. But if you want to get actively involved, there's nobody telling anybody they can't go to Hendersonville, Tennessee and start searching. I mean, if you got a week, you want to donate some of your time, make sure you got permission to search where you're searching, but there's nothing wrong with going and getting in the woods or the weeds. And, if you'll reach out to the administrators of that Facebook page, they can tell you what they'd like to see searched. Flyer distribution is incredible. I mean, it's absolutely incredible. So, if you want to do that, if you live anywhere in the Tennessee area or North Carolina area, spend a day, handing out flyers. I mean, that'd be fantastic.
What about financially? What can they do?
There's not, I know there was a GoFundMe account created early and, we're not really using that or anything. I mean, I think that they're working on setting up, like a non-for-profit organization for all things related to Sebastian.
2 days in to him being the spokesperson for Seth Rogers, and he talks about the non-for-profit. Ding, 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 ding.
But we're not there yet. I mean, right now we're not asking for money right now. We're asking for people to stop the drama, stop attacking people, get on the ground and help search, pass flyers out. I mean, this is not a money grab by the family or by me or by anybody else. I mean, again, Seth does not have one person today on his team that is getting paid. Not just me, but nobody's getting paid. Everybody's volunteer. So, and if you've got time to volunteer and you live in that area, reach out to us on the Facebook page. And if you want to spend some real time, I mean, we can put you to work doing something positive, I'm sure.
So basically, at this point, no money is needed, I guess, for both of those cases. So what we can do is we can stay tuned and let people know if and when y'all get to that point. So have you at this, somebody asked a good question, I'll throw this one out here, which is, and I'll take it a little bit further. They asked if you've been to Tennessee. And I'm sure you have at some point in your life been to Tennessee, but in regard to this case, have you been to Tennessee? And if not, when do you, I know you're planning on coming here. So when, if you want to share, are you planning on coming?
I'll be there for the vigil on the 19th.
So for those of you who were asking earlier too, when the next vigil was, it's going to be May 19th. And is that going to be at Long Hollow Church?
I'd have to verify that. I know it's at a church. I think that's accurate, but I'll verify that. But I will be there.
My God, my head is spinning. You think you've, like, when we watched these interviews and these things as much as we have and like put them in timeline and gone back to them, you think you catch it all. And then you watch them for like the 5th, 6th time and you're like, it turns the entire situation a complete different direction. And even though we knew he was nefarious, bad intent, like from jump, the things that I am catching now that I haven't before.
From the, like, let's say,
this is why I like doing this. I don't just like doing this with you, like for you guys. I enjoy watching this shit backwards because it's so interesting. I would love to see a psychologist or like a college psychology class do a thesis paper on people like Tony and AtNight.
The evening of the 18th through the 20th.
Okay, well, we'll definitely have to get together then while you're here.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. So,
tell Justin to put the link to the page,
I genuinely believe Justin on TikTok said enough when AtNight, Betty, and all those guys, him and Betty knew each other from the Gabby Petito case because Justin's local to Tennessee, but he was involved. If you guys remember in the Gabby Petito, they had that plane that flew the banner. That was Justin on TikTok that was responsible for that. He saw something and took off. Feisty Nana, I don't know what it was, but I think it also had to do when they came out and lied and like made this big, huge deal about how bad Joe Petito was threatened. Joe did acknowledge that, you know, things had been said, but it wasn't like Betty and all of them were making it out to be. And Justin's pretty close to Joe. Joe and the family do a lot of interviews with Justin on TikTok, and I just think it got too messy, and he said, hell no. He even called Seth Rogers a loose cannon in the beginning of this.
Rev, did you put the link to the page on your video, the Facebook page?
I can do that. I have to get the link. I don't know what it is, but I can do that. That's easy.
I don't agree with Justin's coverage on a lot of stuff, but one thing I do give Justin on TikTok credit for is he does constantly put case after case, awareness after awareness out there for a lot of different things. He pushes a lot of content and a lot of different cases.
Yeah. Yeah, what we're trying to do is we're trying to follow kind of the model that we used in Caleb's case, where we grow a local page, and if we need volunteers or if we've got 50.
Let's back that up. You catch that? The model that we used. How many of these 2 a.m. girls came with him from Caleb's case and helped him gain control over these Facebook groups? Michelle Lee, I'm looking at you.
The link, I don't know what it is, but I can do that. That's easy.
Yeah.
We can put it in the description.
Yeah, what we're trying to do is we're trying to follow kind of the model that we used in Caleb's case, where we grow a local page, and if we need volunteers or if we've got 50 volunteers and we need somebody to feed them.
Where we grow a local page, or is that so you have targeted harassment campaign locally of the parents and you can keep surveillance of the parents? Is that the benefit? So you can control the narrative and make it, in my opinion, less safe for them in their local neighborhood if you're pumping out misinformation and controlling the narrative and making people believe that they had something to do with their child's disappearance? Is that why it's important to grow a local page?
Or we need a drone or we need a boat. We've got people locally there that are supporting Sebastian that will volunteer things, not money, but things or time or something like that. And that we're trying to create a group designed specifically for that. No drama, no bashing anybody, simply supporting Sebastian and
No drama, no bashing anybody. But meanwhile, he had entire group chats, Facebook group chats on which creators they were going to target and how they were going to try to destroy these creators. No bashing though, right, Tony? Fucking slime ball.
and trying to create, support in that community.
There's a lot of people asking a really good question, in my opinion. I'm going to throw this up here real quick so people can see this for the Vigil. Next Vigil is 5/19 at 6 p.m. at Long Hollow
Sherry, thank you for being a member for 6 months.
Church. Unfortunately, I will not be at the Vigil. That is my birthday, and we're going to be out for that. But anyways, people are asking about a reward fund. I know that we have one set up. I know y'all have one set up for Caleb. But to my understanding, there is no reward that's been offered at this point for Sebastian. Is there a plan to perhaps set one of those up as well?
I think when we figure out how we're going to accept donations, and I would really like, everybody to be on board with that. I definitely think there'll be a reward offered. I don't have details about that at this time, and I don't want to overspeak.
That's fair. So there's more to come. Is there anything else that you'd like to add before we close?
And they never, ever did anything with a reward.
Off.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to come on and, I say put out these fires. I mean, people that are going to be attacking and angry are still going to do their thing because they got to have something to talk about. But, those of you that listen tonight that are here for the right reasons, God bless you. We appreciate you.
Here for the right reasons. What's that, Tony? Because your reasons definitely aren't the missing.
Do you think with going forward that we should possibly set something up as a weekly for updates? Is that something you'd be open to?
Potentially. Yeah. I'm always.
As long as you stay in line and push the right narratives, you'll have access. Justin, did you step out of line?
Open to that. I mean, if you've got the time, I mean, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to create 3 or 4 people like that, you included, Justin, where, I can set a schedule and I know, Tuesday night at 8:00 Central, I need to be, here. I mean, we're trying to create something like that. So the short answer is yes.
Controlling the narrative.
And just so you're aware too, and we can talk about this offline, we can also always record earlier and then still stream it live and be in the comments later in the when we stream it in the evening. So
Evening always works better for me because it allows me to have some family time earlier.
Yeah, I get that. So whatever you want, we can discuss that offline. So
I appreciate your audience though. There's been a few trolls, but there's been a lot of kind words to Sebastian in the case and what we're trying to do. So for those of
you, a few trolls
that are here for the right reasons, again, we appreciate you.
Once again, if you question Tony, you're not for the missing child.
Well, I appreciate you coming on. I know you've had a long day, and I appreciate you. I'm just going to say, I'm glad that there are people out there. I'm glad that you're out there speaking for the Harrises. I'm glad that you're out there speaking for Sebastian. And let's just
for Seth
do what we can to keep these boys in mind. Keep Sebastian and Caleb at the forefront of all of this. That's who it's about. And that's all.
No, Justin, this show was about Tony, not about Sebastian. He did nothing to bring awareness to Sebastian.
All focus needs to be on at this point, in my opinion.
I agree. Totally agree.
All right, everyone. Well, you guys have a good night. I will probably see y'all back live in about an hour on a different show.
You guys got one more, ain't ya? You guys okay to roll one more? Let me know. May 13th.
And then coming home and doing podcast.
Hi and welcome. I'm Jen Coffin.
You guys up for it? Add one more to the. Okay, let's do it. Because this is gonna be a series. Because I just thought of another one I need to add in there. I need to add in Bullhorn Betty because she does like a part and asks Tony questions like of how he and why he got involved. And that was May 30th. So I need to add that one in here too. If we're going to do it, we're going to just do them. Might as well put the attention where it's deserving. Tony and AtNight. So here's next up. Jennifer Coffendoffer, who we just heard on Justin on TikTok. Tony was already associated with Jennifer Coffendoffer. This was his good friend. So Tony, before even becoming the public face of Sebastian Rogers, aka Seth Rogers, he was aligned with Coffendoffer. So the next stop on the Tony tour, beyond like Nancy Grace and those situations, we're doing mostly the YouTube ones, was Coffindoffer.
Daffer, I am your host tonight. We are going to cuss and discuss.
And it seems very interesting to me that for a former FBI agent who is supposedly extremely intelligent, she seems to lack any intelligence, or she seems to align herself with the grimiest of the grimy. She also was associated with Nick the Hat. And I think personally, I believe that that's how Tony and Dog got connected, or Tony and Nick got connected, was this one here.
The case of Sebastian Rogers. But what I really want to focus on tonight, and I should say refocus on, is Sebastian Rogers, the young 15-year-old boy who's been missing now for over 2 months. The young boy that we've all been watching so closely. And I'm really glad to be joined by Seth, his biological father, as well as Tony Mathis, who is working for Seth, volunteering, I should say, to try to move forward this case. So without further ado, I'm going to bring them up into the conversation.
By the way, I don't like her, just so everybody is wildly aware. I mean, yes, she did serve for the FBI. Yes, she might be intelligent as far as what she did in the FBI. It wasn't missing persons cases. But I can't stand her. She does grimy things to missing and tragedy victims constantly. And then speaks from a professional expert position a lot, while aligning herself with the grimiest of the grimy. Wasn't she also like trespassed to do with something in the Karen Reed case from the O'Keefe home or something?
Seth, welcome. Tony, welcome.
Thank you for stopping over.
Did a very short intro. I don't know if you're even able to hear that. This is my first time to work on StreamYard. But essentially today saying we are going to bring the focus back in on your son, Seth, because that's exactly where the focus should be. So first of all, I just want to ask you, Seth, I know this has been an excruciating 3 months for you. I can only imagine. Can you tell me, I know you've made some changes, and can you tell me kind of the new refocus, the rejuvenation of your efforts and what that's entailing?
As for focus for me has always been on Sebastian. Finding new tips, getting new information in, leading to new search areas. Have some issues with particular people.
UA, that's valid too. I forget about Lauren Conlon. But she seemed to really take the angle of like Nancy Grace. She's associated with Nancy Grace, Pascal, and Dog. Like so many weird connections with so many people in this. I don't like her either. In fact, Duchess, are you still awake? Tara, if she is, she's in trouble. But if you are, will you remind me? I never went back and did that interview with Lauren Conlon that we had talked about, where she says she releases like foul shit about Sebastian. That was all rumors and speculation. I forgot about that on her podcast. I'll remember. This is my reminder to myself that Duchess isn't in here. You guys know. Now all of you are set to remind me to do that.
If you're not going to work with me, then you need to go. I've had Tony here.
You like how this works? My brain isn't functioning anymore. So now all of you are becoming my built-in reminders, because there's so many things we should cover and talk about and do. If I had more time, man, we could really do some interesting things.
I showed up. Great time for me because the weight of everything was pushing on my shoulders.
Yes.
You know, searching and then coming home and doing podcasts and trying to keep my son's name out there. So I really appreciate Tony stepping on board when I asked him to. It's just more information, more ground to cover and search.
Really, CRR? She said she would never touch it again. CRR, are you still able to talk to her? One question I have for her, if you could ask her, if you do have a connection with her, is who was giving her her information? If you still have contact with her, could you find out? There's one specific thing that she makes a very, very, and I'm sure you'll understand, horrific allegation against Sebastian. Could you ask her who gave her that information? I think I know, but I would like to know if she would answer that.
Same thing.
So, Seth, you're continuing the ground searches with a group of people. How many on a daily basis? And I know you necessarily aren't out there with them every day, but what does that group look like? What areas are they focused on? And what's the day like?
Not giving you information on where we're searching. I have to keep certain things close to the vest. The reason we took our searches private.
What the fuck? Why are we talking like law enforcement? Yeah, CRR, if she doesn't, that's totally fine too. I have a feeling I know the answer, but I would love to know. Angel, thank you for becoming a new member. Did you guys catch that right there? He has to keep things close to the vest. Sir, you're not law enforcement when it comes to this case. You're the general.
You necessarily aren't out there with them every day, but what does that group look like? What areas are they focused on? And what's the day like?
Not giving you information on where we're searching. I have to keep certain things close to the vest. The reason we took our searches private to begin with was because of people following around my volunteers, threatening them. Their safety is important to me. And I'm not going to let somebody else get hurt or injured looking for my kid. You know, I want to find him, but not at the
FSU girl, who are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. Are you talking about these guys?
cost of other people's lives.
I see. And when you talk about, we all heard about that in social media, right? Different threats and things like that coming in. What did you make of that?
Bunch of cowards. People want to threaten. Most of Sebastian's army is a good 90% females.
Okay, hold up. Hey, Titanium, hold up. Okay, he admitted on Pascal's that nobody had been threatened. Before Tony comes into this situation, Seth has already acknowledged that he had never been threatened and he had never heard of anybody else. There was no reports of being threatened. Oh, I don't know if anybody, FSU girl, I don't think they're trying to find stuff out for Chris. I was asking something for my nosy self. Not for anybody else, just for me. If she has connection, I want to know. I'm just nosy because she made a horrific allegation and I think I know where it came from. This doesn't, what the hell?
Because
This is why it's going to take us fucking 5 episodes of this to get through these because there's just so much shit here.
normally moms are the ones that are protecting their kids at home or when they're at home. They're
That's not
responsible
me.
for their children. Dads, go to work, make money, make sure, standard nuclear role. And
Standard nuclear role. Standard nuclear role, the nuclear family. Couple this with his response to Chris. You can't produce a boy. I think you get a.
normally moms are the ones that are protecting their kids at home or when they're at home. They're
That's not
responsible
me.
for their children. Dads, go to work, make money, make sure, standard nuclear role. And when it comes down to Sebastian's army, 90% of them are all ladies.
Isn't that ironic that they know that 90% of them are all women? May 13th. We're just going in order of Tony and Seth's appearances. We're not getting all of them, but we're getting the main ones. No, CRR, I didn't take it that way at all. I don't know if the chat is taking it that way or not. Sorry. I could have had you message me, but I appreciate you even saying you had a conversation because it is interesting. The people who were so heavily involved in running with bullshit, one by one, they absolutely hightailed it. And I would love to know why. What was the turning point? And who was feeding them the information? Because some of them came out with some salacious ass shit. No. We're not even to May 13th yet. Last year, you guys. 2024. This is 10 days after Tony made his appearance. 2024. This is May 13th, 2024, guys. We're not even to May 13th, 2025 yet, guys. I know it's late for some of you. Oh, it is probably for some of you. The 7th, actually, though. You're good. I'm like, but it feels like we've gone through 5 years in the last 14 months.
My job is to protect people. That's my profession. My job as a dad is to protect my son, and I'm not perfect. Personally, every day I feel like I fail because I can't find him, and it sucks. There's no words to put on it, but I gotta find him. I gotta try to make it up. I mean,
Turning closed captioning on for you guys because it's sped up.
if I had known the information that I knew a week after he went missing,
Yeah, that's fun.
things would have been different. And I wouldn't be in my kitchen having an interview with you. I'd probably be in my kitchen making dinner for me and my son, or teaching him how to do it again.
Watch Tony's facial expressions in the bottom corner. He's not happy about something here. May 13th, 2024, almost a full year. So it's almost been, this is like Tony's 1 year anniversary party. You're welcome, Tony. We're just hosting your 1 year. What you have done in a year. I guess that's what we could title it. What Tony Mathis has accomplished in the last year, because he's officially been involved for a year and like 4 days. Publicly, he was involved for a while earlier in April.
So let's talk a little bit about that, because I think a lot of people have focused in on the search, which is fine. I just love to hear you say Sebastian's army, because I can kind of see these housewives, these homemakers, these individuals who have the time, and more than just the time, they have the heart and the soul to want to invest in and try to do everything they can to locate your son. So I think now I kind of can envision this. Do you think I summed it up pretty much what it's like in terms
It
of
is. I mean, the old saying, nothing like the wrath of a woman scorned. And most people wouldn't want to mess with somebody's child, but you don't want to deal with mama. And that's pretty much how it is. There's thousands, probably even millions of people. There's people in different countries: South America, Africa, Australia, Europe, Ireland, France, Spain. Everybody, I've asked the world to help me try to find my son, and the world is answering.
I've asked the world to help me find my son, and the world is answering.
I appreciate it.
I'm so glad you point that out, Seth, because so many people ask me, what can I do? What can I do to help find Sebastian? And it in a way, everyone can do something. Everyone who has a Facebook account, who has Twitter.
Oh, Tony's at the lake house. I just realized his background's the lake.
Who has TikTok, who has any social media outreach. And even beyond that, if you just contact other individuals, friends of yours, and proliferate the message about 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers missing from Tennessee, gone now for 3 months. I mean, and a photo, the story. That's what everybody can do. And Seth, I hope that effort ends up leading you to your son, because I know no one cares more about your son on this platform or in the world than you.
There's a lot of people out there that have been helping me try to find my son, and I appreciate everybody's efforts. And some of the things that Chris and Katie said will come true. I find my son. He's got a lot of people that want to meet him. These people that are out here searching for countless hours and days, that are helping with tips, spreading out flyers, passing information along on Facebook. They all want to meet him, and none of them have. And I'm giving them as much information as I can without giving away everything about my son.
Well, you talk about meeting him, and even though people can't meet him, that's what I want this session here to be about. I've seen so many other streams and live shows and so on and so forth, and anything that anybody's doing to get the message out is good. I'm so glad to see sort of a lot of that drama be stripped away, and I want to strip it away a layer even more.
Oh, we're stripping away the drama. Yeah, that didn't happen a year ago, and it's only gotten worse since Tony's been involved.
And I want to meet Sebastian. I want to meet him right now. Actually, the thumbnail that's going to come up, it's not up yet, but it's been finished. It's beautiful, with beautiful pictures that you provided. So I first want to talk about Katie in a different light. I want to talk about Katie in terms of when you all got married.
Okay, I want you guys to remember, we go back to the Pascal, to Tony's first introduction and talking to Pascal. And he talks about how he's basically controlling the layout of how these interviews are going to go. So in my opinion, this was predetermined, the line of questioning that Coffendorfer was going to ask and he was going to answer. This was pre-discussed, in my opinion. that this is where they were headed.
I just want the audience to understand there was a time when things were good. There was a time when you wanted to join in matrimony and have a family. So can you bring us back sort of to that day when it happened and so on, and just bring us up
We
into
got
the time?
married the day after my birthday. We got married June 21st, 2008. It was a very hot summer day. I remember our vehicle didn't have air conditioning.
And again, you guys are asking the right questions. What does this have to do with Sebastian? This doesn't. This, again, is emotional, in my opinion, manipulation. It's not taking the focus and putting it on Sebastian. It's making Seth into the victim. It's switching the victimhood from the missing child to Seth.
I didn't get to spend the night at my house, so I was oversleeping
But that's Tony's job.
on a couch at a friend's house because can't be in the house with the bride the night before the wedding. Kind of take the So yeah. And literally the stress of it all, I actually had a migraine the whole night. So it's not like I got to do anything fun or exciting. I was sitting there like, I need water, I need ibuprofen, and I need my head smashed in with a hammer.
What did you wear? Traditional tuxedo, or was it a cowboy wedding? What did you wear?
I wore it was a tuxedo. Well, no, it was a suit, brown suit. She was in a dress.
I'm sorry, your tan's flaring up. I hope it calms down.
Beautiful dress. She was beautiful. I mean, I still remember some of the comments that she made that, she was like, you've never.
But we already know that's exactly what Tony, he came in to clean things up, switch the focus off of Sebastian, in my opinion, and put it on Seth. Not once have we seen them bring awareness to Sebastian, the missing child. Not once have we seen the missing flyers of Sebastian. Again, Tony intentionally came in and he told us, oh, I'm not trying to control things, as he was trying to control things and shift it. Duchess, absolutely. That's why I asked you earlier. Would you have to worry about how you were going to move? Would your first thing is getting control over Facebook groups? Nope, sure as fuck wouldn't if you're bringing awareness to a missing child.
Deep breath.
Absolutely, Sean. Agreed.
Let's move on, Jen.
So that this night occurs, you love her, she loves you.
So we go through, we end up getting married, walk down the aisle. My dad actually is the one that walked her down the aisle. Afterwards, we had a little country boil at the back of my parents' house. Sat there. There are pictures in my wedding album that I still have where I'm walking around with a huge bottle of champagne. And that's what I was drinking on all night while other people were drinking beer.
Relevance. What does this matter? Again, this is to humanize Seth Rogers and poor Seth. Again, he is the parent of a missing child. So I agree that he is a parent of a missing child. But what does this have to do with Sebastian? And these were predetermined, laid out interviews set up by Tony Mathis. And look at that grin on his face.
Carrying a bottle of champagne around, and my mom and dad got us a hotel room and everything. And we got there. There was some expensive cheese and grapes and stuff like that. And she started watching TV, and I was like, I'm drunk. I'm going to bed. And I don't think she ever really forgave me for it or let me forget it either. But, that was years ago. I mean, and it was shortly after that my family got bigger.
Tell me about that moment, the moment when Katie told you we're going to have a baby.
She told me, and she told me pretty much on my mom's birthday.
And again, this doesn't humanize Sebastian. This isn't bringing dignity for Sebastian. This is trying to make Seth relatable. And Seth, this is all right here. Oh, man. I know we've all talked about it, and I know we've all seen it and been identifying it. But watching this in this order and watching how this all came into play back to back to back is so different than I even expected it to be. I'm all amped up. Like, this is going to be a great series that I'm already highly invested in myself right now, because I'm catching so many things and it's just so obvious. It was so intentional. Tony, you won't be doing this to another family. Let me say that loudly. You will not be doing this to another family. Me and my friends here in the chat will make sure of that.
On April 15th, she was like, hey, I'm pregnant. I was like, oh, I'm going to be a horrible dad. I mean, just it's something I've never been part of. So it's just like, here's another challenge in my life. And I'm probably going to fail at it miserably. So I let my mom know.
Can you fucking imagine? Sorry, I'm pausing a shit ton. Because everything just, there's one after another after another. Can you imagine if Katie would have done an interview like this? The fucking amount of people that would have been irate. How dare her? How dare she not speak about Sebastian? Why is she speaking about Seth? Why is she talking about their wedding? Why is she trying to take focus off Sebastian?
You're going to have another grandchild. And from there, it, came along. December came around, and my son didn't want to come out. My son was, I want to say 5 days late. He literally held on so that he could be born on my dad's birthday.
Wow.
So it not only was that, but it was also Pearl Harbor Day. And it was just, I remember him coming, being in the hospital, dealing with all the complications, because it was a complicated pregnancy for her. She had a lot of difficulties. Midwife wasn't that best, so.
How was the pregnancy difficult?
It was her first pregnancy that went all the way. She probably doesn't want me discussing certain things, but
She probably doesn't want me discussing certain things, but I'm just going to slip it in there and then say that afterwards. Again, how does this help find Sebastian? How is this bringing awareness to Sebastian? Yeah, see how the dates matter, Duchess? Exactly. See how the dates matter? See how this button comes in handy over here?
Oopsie, made a oopsie.
woman things that it's I do remember at one point in time, she was like, I'm going to have a natural birth. And after having contractions for days on end, and the nurse going, well, you're not ready to deliver the baby. And it's like my mom having to sit there and be like, these are not Braxton Hicks. These are actual contractions. And she's been having them for days.
Dear terms of service, and that's all it's about. And these grimy mofos, Tony, AtNight, will continue to push him again, what they've packaged him as. While destroying Sebastian's dignity.
And finally they turned around and gave her something so she would dilate, because she was not dilating. And then the epidural. So there was that. And then my son was here.
And were you in the room when he was born?
I sure was.
That's great. And what was it like when you first held him? How much did he weigh? Was he teeny?
He's still tiny to me. I mean, it was the weight, the physical weight compared to the weight that was now on my shoulders as being a dad. Two different things. Now I'm responsible for another life. I need to make sure that this life grows up and that he's taken care of. I do remember them taking him away, and it's like, where are you taking my kid? Well, we got to go clean him up and everything. And, and as soon as they got him all cleaned up and they went to go put his diaper on and everything, he peed all over the nurse. I was just like, okay, he's mine.
Look at Tony grinning. This is Tony's idea of coming in and cleaning it up. This is Tony controlling the interviews. This is Tony controlling the image that Seth is putting out there to the public. Okay, we might get angry We might have to have another palate cleanser before we end tonight, because this one's making me more angry than I expected it to, especially watching Tony. I've been watching Tony the entire time. Oh,
One of the first things he did when he came out is I have a half smile that when I smirk at people, and it's the first thing he did when he came out. He just looked at me and just smirked, and I'm like, yeah, chip off the old block there.
That's funny. Do you remember the first words he spoke?
I remember the first word he spoke. Yeah,
What was it?
not probably, not a word that should be issued.
Oh, he said a cuss word?
Of course.
Oh my God, that's hilarious. All
Yeah.
right.
Second word was dad. Third word was bottle. But
see, now I wouldn't have an issue with this if they were just sitting around like reminiscing, right? Just reminiscing. But the way they phrase this and package this is this was to bring awareness to Sebastian. This was about bringing Sebastian home. If this was just an off the cuff reminiscing type stream, that's a whole different situation. This was packaged as an interview to bring awareness and help find Sebastian. That's where it becomes very fucking crossed.
You know,
that's funny.
But again, I would have a problem with the things he's releasing, of course. But I'm just saying, like, that's a whole different situation in itself. He's overstepping the lines on what he's putting out here as is. But this is more like the BJ stream.
What about walking? Was he a quick
Does that
walker?
make sense?
Or
he was a quick crawler. He crawled everywhere. He was delayed in the walking. A lot of the pictures I have when he was an infant, most infants sleep for 16 to 18 hours a day. Not Sebastian. Sebastian was awake for 16 to 18 plus hours a day. Like when he fell asleep, it's because he ran out of energy. Like the batteries died as he was crawling across the floor. That was the first thing that led me to think that maybe something was special about my son. So that started the trips into the hospital. For the first 6 to 8 months of his life, we were in and out of the hospitals all the time. He was sick. Couldn't do much to keep him not from being sick. But after about 8 months, he stopped being sick. His immune system finally took over, and hardy little boy.
so basically you're talking just colds and coughs that just could never.
Hardy little boy. He was diagnosed with a 6q27 chromosomal deletion syndrome.
Feel like he was healthy.
The flu, pneumonia, and if he got sick, I ended up getting sick. I mean,
Right back to him. If Sebastian got sick, you got sick. Oh, God.
wait for certain things to take over, and so.
And so at this time, Seth, you're working full time, and Katie's a full time homemaker.
No, I was going to school full time. I was working full time and taking care of Sebastian, and Katie was working full time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, reverse of roles, which is common nowadays. He was the caretaker. Katie worked full time. What was he going to school for?
Okay. So you guys just tried to swap your hours out so somebody was with him, or he
Yes.
had nannies, or no?
No, he without getting into too many issues, we oscillated shifts when I was going to school full time and working full time. Was trying to also have somebody that babysitter that would come and take care of him, and that was a lovely lady that lived right down the road. She loved Sebastian, so she was watching.
Kim, I agree with you. Absolutely agree with you. We're just looking at it from the optics of the spokespeople, the people that insert themselves, because Seth is one of many. And if these people continue like Tony, Seth is his own problem in itself. Absolutely agree with you guys. He is a grown man who surrounded himself with these people. But one day, Tony and AtNight and people like them that he has aligned himself with are going to try to do this to another family too. This was the perfect storm. Seth was willing and they were able. And the smears continued. And he sat by and encouraged, amped it up. But Tony took the lead and proudly did. And if he does this to another family, oh man, fuck.
For a little bit until things just wasn't working out anymore with her circumstances. And then Katie turned around and joined the Navy. And when she joined the Navy, I went to being pretty much stay at home because I didn't have anybody else to watch Sebastian. And we were noticing that he was having difficulty speaking, delay in speech, gross motor skills, fine motor skills. There's a lot of lot of stuff that things had to be changed. We kind of knew he was special. He wasn't going to be a normal child. So things had to change. Yeah. Being a parent for the first time, you really don't know what to expect. And then when you find out that your child needs certain things, you just got to do it. You know, you make sacrifices. And she joined the Navy to make sure that he had insurance and stuff like that that would cover the issues.
Katie joined the Navy to make sure that Sebastian's needs were met. I just want to point that out right quick. That's an ultimate sacrifice, joining the military to make sure that your child has insurance. That is the ultimate sacrifice.
And I became a stay-at-home parent.
So you were very close then. I mean, when you're the stay-at-home parent, you are 24/7. After that, did his sleep improve? What's his health improve? Or is he like me, an insomniac, just up all the time?
He's still in this, you know, his sleep improved once his health improved, but boy, don't sleep 8 hours a day. You know, he could be awake for 14, 16 hours a day and be like, there's times that he's come over here for like a week on like spring break.
Oh, Cash, knock it off. You know you love us all and you want to snuggle us all. You want to rub feet with Kyle. Come on now. Don't be grumpy. You love us all.
Whatnot. And he's like, Dad, I'm not tired. And I'm like, well, you don't have school tomorrow. If you want to stay up and watch TV and play toys and all that sort of stuff, have at it. But just remember, tomorrow we got stuff to do and you're going to have to get up and do it. Yeah. The next day he realizes why you should go to sleep. Day late, dollar short.
And I see these pictures of him that you've been kind enough to show. And he has this big blonde head of hair. Was he blonde for a long time?
He still actually has his blonde hair. I had blonde hair when I was a kid. I was what they call a towhead.
Everything resorts back to Seth. And Tony's smug ass just sitting there. This was all predetermined again.
And so was he. He pretty much, but now it's starting to get brown and darker brown. And by the next couple of years, his hair will probably be as dark as mine.
And so we've talked a little bit about him, his early years, some struggles in terms of health, and then he got better, still a little insomniac. When did he start walking? Was he 3, 4?
He started walking, and I'm going to say that he was like 2.5. He started walking before we left Georgia and headed to California. He was definitely walking beforehand. Once he started walking, it wasn't really walking. He ran. I mean, he ran. I mean, the worst thing in the world is my buddy was at the house watching him while I was at work, and I got the text message that he took his first steps. I was heated. I was like, I missed the best part of, you know, the first thing. I wanted to be there when he took his first steps when I was at work. So it sucks. But as soon as I got home, he was running by then, and he's never really stopped. He's a kid in motion, and I hope he's still in motion now.
I wonder if that was Uncle Taco.
I think that speaks a lot, though, for his resilience and to show the kind of, you know, person he is. He was a night owl, right? He was a night owl. He was a day owl. He didn't require a lot of sleep. And I think that that might lend itself for somebody who could have left and who could still possibly be on the move. I mean, I think we all have to keep hope because we have absolutely no evidence right now that he isn't here.
We have no evidence that he's not here, and we have no evidence that he is here. I do still know that he's right here, and he's always on here.
And so, Seth, tell me now, once he started school, did he start kindergarten at 5, or did you have him go later? How did all that work once it was time for school?
He started, well, we were in Georgia when he was supposed to start, and they were giving us too many issues. So.
Oh, yeah, we're playing the Betty one right after this. Not tonight, but that will be our next starting spot because the Betty interview that was, so it goes from Coffindoffer into Betty on the 30th. And Tony determined these all.
Katie was in Chicago at boot camp, and I actually moved back home, and I got him enrolled in school for half the day, and I had him enrolled in an educational center for another half. And we weren't there very long, but it was enough that
I had him enrolled.
Everything that I've been working with him on between the school and the educational center, that everything just kind of meshed in, and it was great. And then we moved to California. And needless to say, their education system is not that great in California. For the first year, where his date of birth was, they wouldn't let him join to go to school.
His date of birth is December.
He was, and then when they did finally let him go, the first year, when I looked back on it, like a year later at all of his art projects, they were the letter S. Quite literally, they took a year to teach my son, quote unquote, the letter S. My son knew the alphabet. He knew, we were working. The time that he spent going to school and going to the educational center, it meshed. It got everything going. They used animal therapy and everything else to get him comfortable in what he was doing, and it worked. And then when we
They used animal therapy in the school? What?
moved to California, they just don't really have a good understanding of children learn faster when they're younger.
Oh man, no, sir, you just hate California because it's liberal in your mind. That's what this is. Nothing more, nothing less. We've already heard.
Than when they get older. And that inhibited a lot of growth for him.
And usually before they start kindergarten or pre-K, however, he did have disabilities. Oh man, oh goodness. I forget all this.
And so when he was in these classes, did you enroll him in special education classes, or
I'm really struggling to be nice.
or was he able to assimilate in regular education?
Simulate in regular education.
And at this point, you are still Mr. Mom handling all the duties, or was Katie out of the Navy by then?
No, Katie didn't get out of the Navy until.
Phoenix, are you talking about the supposed flashlight videos? There is only one video that was released by Nick Barris. Nick Barris released, I want to say, March 11th. I'd have to look at my calendar again, and I don't have it in front of me. But I think it's March 11th is when Nick Barris released the very edited images of the video. But that's the only video. Now, people have taken it and twisted and made their own videos and enhanced and done all sorts of stuff. But there's only one original lights video, if that's what you're asking me. Thank you, Cash. I'm going to wait and make sure that that's what, well, I'll play it and I'm going to watch for it. And the video has no audio with it either. Are they pushing another one, Phoenix?
Until after our divorce.
I see. Full-time mom for, or I should say dad, full-time daddy for how many years then? At what point, what age was Sebastian when you all separated and divorced?
That's a good question. I think it was a neighbor, though, that gave the video to Nick Barris. Yeah, FSU girl. That's the situation. 504s, IEPs. Yes, there have different, there's different resources available in every state and different things, but an IEP, a 504, those are federal type programs. How school systems use them, what they have for resources differs. Arizona has been actually the best state we've ever lived in, ever, with resources as far as the IEPs, the 504s. If the public school system is not the proper place, the school system has to pay for private education of your choice. Okay. Yeah. If you have any questions, Amy, you can message me anytime too. Anytime. You can message me and I'll try to find you any answers if I know them. Sometimes I don't.
We separated, she filed, and divorce was finalized in 2019. Now I'd already started work. I started back at work during the Navy has what they call respite care, which is them basically sending somebody that's qualified for your autistic child or your disabled child that is qualified to actually watch him, and you're allowed a certain number of hours. And I was back to work. I was working part-time.
So they were in some sort of program that were giving them hours for respite care. Like in Arizona, you can get up to 600 and some hours of respite care through DDD.
I'm doing what I do. And then when Katie was not deployed, I was pulling night shifts whenever I could while she was at home. And just trying to get back into the workforce before.
Where you got too old?
Never too old. no, just once you've been out of the workforce for a little bit as a stay-at-home parent, nobody really wants to hire you anymore. They figure that you forgot how to, add 1 + 1. You supposedly forget.
Yeah, we have programs available like that too without military involvement here in Arizona that you can get respite and things of that nature. Long-term care, DDD services, depending on, like, there's a bunch of different resources usually, and then they determine how many hours they are allotted, habilitation, respite.
Forget the bare basics of actually how to complete tasks, which I never really understood, because when you're a stay-at-home parent, you do everything.
You're right. You manage that household. You make meals. You take
Doctor's
care of
appointments, play dates, you name it. And it wasn't just that. I was still taking care of all the bills, making sure that everything was paid. I had made the agreement with Katie at that point in time when she joined the Navy.
I was still,
that she just
I'm really trying to just let this play as much as possible and not say shit.
focus on her career, and I'll take care of everything else. And that was my promise to her.
Well, I think certainly your message here, just a side note, a lot of people that might be listening are a stay-at-home parent, and I'm sure that your story resonates with them. So tell me a little bit about, I love this picture that I found of Sebastian.
So how was he paying the bills when the listed employer for that time, because they exposed his resume, was himself? How
and he's actually in I think they're called a Kubato or something like that, like a small backhoe. Who's in that picture, and what was he doing, and is he just good with machinery?
He likes machinery. His stepdad works with, he's a crane operator, and Sebastian likes heavy equipment. So when they were living in Hendersonville, they were digging out flowers and stuff, and Chris put him into one of them, and he did a wonderful job. Chris was teaching him how to operate heavy equipment. And they sent me a video of it because I know what picture you're speaking of. And Chris literally turned around and was like, he did a great job. Katie was like, and he didn't damage anything, so it was even better, But Sebastian's always liked to learn new things that interest him.
So why did the team have such a fit when that was released? Because they threw a fucking shit fit that was released. But Seth is admitting that he saw the video. They sent it to him. It was something Sebastian was interested in. Oh, man.
If it doesn't interest him, pulling teeth from a gator. If it interests him, then he's right down the gator's mouth. He's never been one to skirt at learning something new. As long as, again, and with most people, it has to be enjoyable for them, or that you got to want to learn
Cash, this is May 13th, 2024.
it. Otherwise, there's no will. Where there's a will, there's a way. And Sebastian is definitely one of those that will trudge the way.
And so what are Sebastian's sort of top interests? He likes to do that. In other words, things he really enjoys doing.
Besides playing video games?
Yeah.
I do know that he likes to cook. I know that he does enjoy, he really likes his Legos. He loves building things. He's got several containers of Legos. He likes to do that sort of stuff. He loves to build. He likes to cook. He likes playing video games. He did like doing the heavy equipment. We would go fishing, and he,
again, mentioning he liked the heavy equipment. So why did the team flip the fuck out when that was released to bring awareness to Sebastian, his capabilities? Why? Oh, because that wasn't what they were trying to tell their audience.
touching the fish is kind of icky at times for him. But that goes back to the fact that he doesn't like to have his fingers dirty. He doesn't like his hands dirty. But it's like with him doing Minecraft and telling him that, hey, I need you to do.
Would the military insurance be TRICARE for the Navy when they're active duty? I don't know what it is. I'm assuming it's pretty decent though.
Do online schooling, and he didn't want to, but I spoke to him, and it's like, it's not permanent. It's just a little setback. Not to mention, it will open plenty of doors. You like Minecraft and the system that they have up here for their online schooling. It opens up college courses at Austin P, where they teach them how to do data programming and things using Roblox and Minecraft. So it's not like it's going to be a dead, you're sitting at the table all day long. His God brothers in it. He does the online schooling, so he's going to have somebody that was going to be there with him. And I just wanted him to I wanted him to get his therapy, so that way he can start
So online schooling with therapy.
correcting his own behavior through therapy and everything.
I want to back that up though. The God brother mention right there. Hold on.
Where they teach him how to do data programming and things using Roblox and Minecraft. So it's not like it's going to be a dead, you're sitting at the table all day long. His God brother's in it. He does the online schooling, so
His God brother is in it. His God brother is in it. So, and this is an assumption, but the way Seth is saying that you're not just going to be sitting there, like this sounds like the conversation he had with Sebastian previously, because in my opinion, Sebastian was not wanting to go to online schooling. He wanted to continue to be in public school. Again, leading me to believe that he was not so excited about going to online school, hence going to Seth.
he's going to have somebody that was going to be there with him. And I wanted him to get his therapy, so that way he could start correcting his own behavior through therapy and everything else. So he could
start correcting his own behavior.
See where he needed to change.
So a couple points. You're talking about
he needed to change. Oh, Seth.
So in the summer, you were supposed to take full-time custody of him. Is that right? And then he was going to do online schooling. Make sure I got that right.
Yes, at the end of the school year, he was supposed to come up here.
I'm not sure on the God brother situation. I just caught that. Yeah, I'm not sure. I see you guys asking in the comment section. So what I'm assuming is the Fleming person, that the godparents or whatever, in Clarksville, their child would be what he's referring to as the God brother. But I don't know. It's not the godparents' child? Oh. Wasn't it the godparents from Clarksville that he had the name, the Cash App in? Yeah, Lisa, those are good. I don't know. We're all kind of like, wait a second here. Cash, touche. Definitely egotistical. Condescending. Cash, sanctimonious, get it right. Now you're sounding like BJ. Can't even remember Kyle said consumed. Right, Kim. That's what I was thinking too. The godparents in Clarksville that she doesn't even know. The Godfather. So does that mean it's Julie's husband, Al? Is it Talker? No, I don't know. Questions none of us can answer. Hey, Jason.
I'd have him for the summer, and I already have him enrolled in school, because you have to start the process up here for enrolling in online school at the beginning of the year, because there's such a wait list.
And Katie and Chris were fine with that. Oops, sorry, you okay? And Katie and Chris were on board with this plan.
Yes.
And that
So he acknowledges Katie and Chris were on board with this plan. Okay.
was supposed to happen June 1st, the end of May, something
Whenever
like
the
that.
school at Beach Academy was over.
And so it sounds like Sebastian may have been, like everybody is whenever there's change, a little bit apprehensive about online schooling. Did he have friends he didn't want to leave at his other school?
We really didn't discuss that. One of the things that I've discussed many a times with my son is that no matter how much you don't like change, it's the only thing that is constant in life. Nothing will ever stay the same.
So yes, he was apprehensive about the change, which we've all known by now. I mean, I think everybody realizes that. Hey, make it make sense.
Have to be able to adjust. And autistic children don't adjust well. It takes a lot of reinforcement communication-wise, and get them to see the brighter side of what's going to happen. Normally, when something starts happening that's different from his routine, it takes a minute to adjust. But as soon as he adjusts, because he does, then it's just same old thing. And he becomes adjusted to it, and he excels.
Thank
You
you.
have to have the right type of foundation.
What was his best subject? Was there any subject that was easy for him?
My daughter's godmother has no children. So I've never even thought about that. She doesn't have children. So
A couple years ago, I'd have told you math. This year, he pretty much was done with math. Numbers were his favorite subject for the last, I want to say, 2 or 3 years in California before he came up here. I think, in my opinion, he liked it, but I think
Why is Tony even present for this one? He could have been in the comment section. Why is he just sitting there
it's just try teaching me
monitoring to make Seth stays on task?
math in school nowadays, and I'm going to look at you like I don't know what you're talking about. You know, I know how to do add, subtract, multiply fractions, so on and so. Some of these things that they're teaching our kids now just does not make sense to me. But I'm not a rocket scientist, so I don't have to worry about that.
Well, Kim, and you couple that with Seth admitting that when he was at work for 12 to 13 hours, Sebastian was outside talking to his neighbors and, waiting for his dad to come home. So does he even know who he was around on top of the people who he surrounded himself with? Does he even know? He is sitting there like an ugly ornament. This is so fucking weird.
And so you mentioned that you were really looking forward to him being able to go to his therapy to sort of help correct some of the things that were going on that were of concern. What were his top concern issues, if you will?
Inappropriate discussion and inappropriate behavior.
I wonder why. Tony Mathis stated in his interview with Justin on TikTok, day 2 of him being the spokesperson for Seth Rogers, that he had to tell Seth basically to keep it clean and to clean it up, his behavior.
Having the wrong type of discussion, like certain things you don't discuss at the dinner table. Religion, politics, those things that your parents always told you we never discuss at the table.
That's all.
Having inappropriate conversations with people at school. If you want to have a conversation like that, then ask to go speak to your therapist. Ask to speak to. Don't have them with the child next to you because they don't know where you're coming from.
So learned behavior is a big thing. Environmental influence is a big thing. You get what I'm saying? Remember Seth's behavior on BJ's panel? If that is the type of conversations he is surrounded by when he is in that environment, how is he going to decipher that those are not appropriate conversations? Do you see what I'm saying?
So, in this vein, because I think it's really important as search efforts are happening and to really understand that trajectory of somebody if he did leave.
By the way, we break the mold because we talk about religion, politics, and everything else that you're not supposed to talk about every night when we eat dinner. That's like the number one topic in our house with our children. Everything that you're not supposed to, they talk about it all and ask us all the questions. Last night was really fucking interesting. Kyle wanted to tap the fuck out.
You've talked about
he's like,
tactically, he doesn't like to have his hands dirty. We know about the fire ant incident. Did he care if his feet were wet or slimy, or did he care?
At my house, his feet were normally clean. As for socks, he normally had a sock on. He would complain that his feet are cold all the time. And it's like, well, you have house shoes you can wear. You have socks that you can put on. No matter how many times I told him, listen, your feet are cold and you're cold, wear a pair of socks. So help keep the body heat in. Instead, he'd rather just have a blanket. But most of the time I would see him, he'd have one sock on, one sock off.
Why is Tony blinking like this and nodding?
And it's like, Sebastian, where's your other sock? Oh, I don't know. Sounds like we got a task in here. Let's find the other sock. There goes the next 45, 50 minutes looking for a missing sock.
So I find this very interesting because there's been a lot of talk about him being barefoot, but did he have socks on? I have a son who hates to wear shoes and he hates to be barefoot, but he loves to run around in socks. Is that the same?
Lisa, we have to add all this in part 2 to the whiteboard. I've sat outside the entire time. I haven't even gone up because my brain's just blown putting this all like in timeline like this. It is way worse than I expected it to be.
Situation, could he have left in socks?
I guess it's a possibility. I wasn't there.
Would you say, though, that would be more possible than being barefoot just based on his attitude toward having cold feet?
No, because even here with cold feet, he wouldn't put socks on. He'd have one sock on, one sock off. They don't stay on. Like he'd go to bed.
So that's a contradiction, though, because I thought they said that he wouldn't go without socks or shoes. Am I wrong? Haven't we been told that he wouldn't go out without socks and shoes? Oh, my. Am I wrong on that?
With socks on, and when he woke up, he'd be barefoot. Socks are like rolled up underneath a pillow, underneath a blanket, on the other side of the bed. You know, on an average, he would leave, and I would pull his bed out, and I'd find 4.5 socks on the other side of the bed, between the bed and the wall. And I'm like, that's why you have no matching pairs of socks. They're all over here. I've washed all the other matching pair, but all the ones that are matching, the ones that are clean are dirty, and they're stuck between the bed and the wall.
Okay, why do we give a fuck about the socks? Come on. Irrelevant information. Again, and how does any of this bring awareness to Sebastian? It doesn't. None of this. Not a single bit of it yet.
What size of shoe did he wear?
The pair of boots that I bought him were size 10.5.
Wow.
Okay, there's one relevant. 10.5 shoe.
So pretty big feet. I mean, for 15, 10
Don't
and a
make
half.
fun of his feet.
Hey, when you have a size 5 foot like me, size 7 is gigantic. So I respect a size 10 and a half. He was probably going to be
Same size as I wear.
going to be tall. Yeah.
Oh yeah. When he was
And once again, right back to Seth.
3 years old, I couldn't wait for the day he turned 3, because the old wives' tale was at the age of 3, when he was born, measure him, you double it, and that's how tall he's going to be.
I just caught that. I'm not going to say it out loud, but anybody else that understands what just happened here, please don't say it in the comments. But if you know, say yes or no. If you don't,
Matching the ones that are clean are dirty, and they're stuck between the bed and the wall.
What size of shoe did he wear?
The pair of boots that I bought him were size 10.5.
Wow. So pretty big feet. I mean, for 15, 10
Don't
and a
make
half.
fun of his feet.
Hey, when you have a size 5 foot like me, size 7 is gigantic. So I respect a size 10 and a half. He was probably going to be
Same size as I wear.
going to be tall. Yeah.
Oh yeah. When he was 3 years old, I couldn't wait for the day he turned 3, because the old wives' tale was at the age of 3, when he was born, measure him, you double it, and that's how tall he's going to be. And yeah, when the day he turned 3 years old, at that time, I put him up against the wall and I measured him, and he was 3 foot 3 inches at 3. And I was like, awesome. He's going to be 6'6".
I am going to fucking puke. I can't believe I didn't catch that. Oh, I'm going to puke.
Anything over 6 foot, and I'm good. So that's my goal, was for him to be 6'6".
Now you said,
Jen, I think to your question about the barefooted versus socks, I think really
Think about what he says. Think about what he just said with height. At 3 years old, you measure their height and you double that. That's what size they're going to be. How does that, a 3-year-old doubled, add up to 6'6"? That's not what he's talking about. I'm not going to say it publicly. You understand what he's actually implying there.
really the only thing that's been stated at this
And this is why I go back to environmental concerns for behaviors, learned behaviors.
point is that all the shoes were accounted for, and that's really all we know.
Yeah, his old pair of tennis shoes, his new pair of tennis shoes, the pair of boots that I bought him, and the house shoes, they're all accounted for.
I just don't know if anybody has asked this question, and I think it's an important one. If Katie knows how many socks he has, are all the socks there? And I do think that's an important question, because a lot of people.
I'll let you know. At my house, I can't tell you how many pairs of socks he has, because if you get a hole in a pair of socks, I throw that one away. Then you get a hole in another pair, and I'll make sure that one's ripped up. And I couldn't even tell you how many pairs of socks I have. Now I can tell you how many pairs of Naruto socks he has, and his ninja socks, because they're the ones that come clear up to your knee.
I seriously am so pissed right now. I'm gritting my fucking teeth.
And they come in packs of 5, so he's got like 10 of those.
And that's at your house. But I'm just wondering if anybody has asked Katie to do an inventory of socks, if she might know. It's possible. I'm just saying, because he lived there, that would lend itself more that he could have left if he put socks on.
Says some words. When he walked in the door, the first thing he noticed was all of his shoes were accounted for. When he looked down, and maybe I'll pull that out in this lineup of things. Oh, and Tony just sits there smug.
I think that's an important distinction between being barefoot and having socks on. So, maybe that question has already been asked and answered. If it has, I certainly haven't seen it. Seth, I think it's an important one to answer if you have any ability to do that.
I don't.
Well, hopefully we'll get the question to her and figure out if that's ever been asked, because I do think it's important. You talked about how he likes to cook. What does he like to eat? What's his favorite food?
Oh, well, that has changed throughout time. When he was younger, he didn't like meat. He wouldn't, at all. He liked his vegetables when he was a kid. He liked his oatmeal, vegetables. As he grew older, he got into the chicken nuggets. And then I remember the first time that I got him to try a hamburger. We were in South Georgia, and we were running errands, and he was in the car seat, and he was like, "I'm hungry." And I'm like, "Okay." We went through a Wendy's. I'm gonna get him, something to drink, something to eat until we got home. And I ordered me a single hamburger, and he literally took my hamburger.
And yes, to whoever messaged me, yes, the 2x2 old wives' tale is in existence. We're talking about specifically added in with the shoe stuff. Sorry, you can believe what you want, but I think everybody else was getting what I was talking about.
And ate the whole thing. I was just like, the boy has eaten beef. Wow. His first burger. And after that, he started eating spaghetti and things like that. His favorite food now, he's got a lot of favorite foods. He does like his sushi, not sushi meat, but he likes sushi. He likes that soybean stuff. I don't deal with that. Tofu. To me, it has no taste. I'll eat dirt some other time. But he likes it when we go out to have hibachi and stuff. They'll put tofu in the soup, and he'll eat it there, and it's all fine. When we're at the house, he likes his eggs. One of his favorite places to go eat is either IHOP or Waffle House because they serve breakfast.
Autumn, you got it. Yeah, I think most of you did.
And he likes his pancakes. He likes his eggs and his bacon. And here at the house, one of the things that he likes to cook and make is we'll take the cheddar brats, and we cook those for about 45 minutes in the skillet, and then cut them up into pieces, and then we start making our sauce. And that's how he likes his spaghetti. With Parmesan cheese, he likes all cheeses, but
Thank you, Autumn, for basically spelling it out for those that are like, wait, what? Yeah. The juggling here sometimes that people do to try and make this stuff okay.
it comes down to his spaghetti, he just loves Parmesan cheese. He doesn't do like shredded sharp cheddar on his spaghetti. He's got to have the Parmesan.
And so tell me, if he left, does he have any stranger danger type inclinations? Or did he shy away from strangers, or could a stranger?
If he left, is their answer going to be law enforcement stated there is no evidence of him leaving or that he didn't leave the house? Let's see.
Easily entice him.
I don't believe a stranger would easily entice him. Most of the time when he was around me, if he didn't like your attitude when you approached me, then he was confrontational. And then that's my daddy. I will mess you up. I'll 4 feet of him at that point in time. But he's always been very protective of both me and his mom. As he's gotten older, having conversations with him about when you're online, these people, you don't know these people, you don't talk to them. You don't tell them any information, to the point that he just didn't even put the headphones on anymore. Most of the time it's like he would have the headphones on and he's playing. Yeah, I know that his mom and stepfather don't like it.
Whoa, hold up. I'm backing this up. Let's listen to this in real time. I think this just dawned on me.
Both me and his mom. As he has gotten older, having conversations with him about when you're online, these people, you don't know these people.
This is regular speed, by the way. I didn't slow it down. It's quite the drastic from 1.5.
You don't talk to them. You don't tell them any information, to the point that he just didn't even put the headphones on anymore.
I thought he didn't wear headphones.
Most of the time it's like,
I thought, wait, huh?
He would have the headphones on and he's playing. Yeah, I know that his mom and stepfather don't like it, but.
So right there, yeah, I know his mom and stuff because they had rules against this, but you allowed him anyways. That's what I'm getting.
He would play Modern Warfare. It's you got 4 people in a team.
So there's 4 other people that okay, all right. I forgot about this. And this just ding, ding, ding.
Trying to work for a progressive goal. That's how you build teamwork. It's how you build listening functions and commands and things of that sort, where you can follow directions.
Oh, Sama, I'm so sorry. So sorry for your loss and her loss. 68 years. I'm so sorry. Sending you a huge hug. That's a lot. We're listening to it again. I'm sorry. I'm gonna listen to this again.
Know these people, you know, you don't talk to them, you don't tell them any information, to the point that he just didn't even put the headphones on anymore. You know, most of the time, it's like he would have the headphones on and he's playing. Yeah, I know that his mom and stepfather don't like it, but he would play Modern Warfare. You know,
He played Modern Warfare. Beth, have a good day. We'll be back with the part 2 of this too. Thank you for hanging out with us.
it's a, you know, you got 4 people in a team trying to work for a progressive goal. That's how you build teamwork. It's how you build listening functions and commands and things of that sort, where you can follow directions and you can work together with a group that you have no idea. And most of the time on my PlayStation, you know, the people that are on there are my personal friends that I actually know. One of them would be Chris, his stepfather, and the other one is my buddy up in Illinois.
But we know that Chris has said no, they were not friends on the gaming system. Why did he do that? He says flat out that Chris and Katie don't allow it. And then he tries to imply that Chris, I forgot about this. I forgot about all this.
And, you know, that was it. And I remember a conversation, he was just like, Dad, these people just don't listen. I'm telling them, you know, I'm dead here on the ground, and the guy's coming around the building, and they're not listening, and they run around the building, and they get shot. And I was like, and I looked at him, I said, well, son, that's why when I play the game, I have the volume off, and I don't listen to him. And he was like, oh. And I was like, you don't see me getting angry and aggravated either, right? He was like, no. And I was like, because I know I may have 3 other teammates, but I also know that they're either going to listen or they're not going to listen, and it's not going to affect my day.
So he acknowledges that Sebastian was playing Modern Warfare with teams. Who's the other 2? So if you knew 2 of them, who were the other 2? You and who else? So there was obviously playing with strangers, because you're not going to be able to cultivate. Yeah, that's Well, Georgia girl, he admits that Chris and Katie didn't allow it. Seth just said that Chris and Katie didn't like it. But yeah, but Chris and Katie don't like it. But he's also said that no headphones. Weren't the headphones supposedly like in his bedroom, and he wasn't allowed to go in the bedroom?
I'm here to play the game and have fun playing the game. And
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Seth.
go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask, you made
Yeah, Chris, to my understanding, has denied that he was like friends on the gaming system with Seth.
comment early on, very early at the very beginning. And you said words to the effect, if I knew what I know now, but knew it a week after, he would be here in the kitchen and I'd be teaching him how to cook.
What I
again.
said was the information I learned a week after he went missing. If I had known it a week before he went missing, he would have never been missing. He would be in a house.
I see. He would have been with you because you felt
Hindsight's 2020.
right. You felt like
the information that I learned shortly after he went missing. If I had known that information before, I could have been preemptive about it.
This reminds me, though, of when Clue met Seth. I'm going to have to go back and remember what date it was that they met. I think it was in that first week that they met Seth, that they were out searching. And I want to say that Clue stated that Seth was very right off the bat telling her negative things about Sebastian. So,
And I wouldn't be looking for him.
Seth,
I'm gonna have to go back and look.
do you believe Sebastian is?
You have to have the faith.
Is that right?
You have to have faith.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I can't think of a better way to end this conversation with that message. You have to have faith.
God tests us every day.
Did you guys learn anything about Sebastian in this that would help bring awareness to Sebastian besides the fact that he was using headphones playing Modern Warfare with random strangers? Did anything else stand out to you in this whole entire interview that would bring awareness? How is this bringing awareness to Sebastian besides that? That he was an avid gamer playing Modern Warfare. Yeah, Angel. Yep, I remember that. Yeah, right, Cash. They weren't even talking about T-Dub. If you go back and listen to that, it's the whole conversation. You just have to listen to it and how he went from talking about the inappropriate conversations. It's the whole thing of how it's all just laid out. It was, yeah, his goal was for him to be 6'6". Yeah, Kim, that's how I felt too.
He does not put onto our plate what he does not think we can handle, and what he puts on our plate is for watching us grow.
And I find this so interesting that these were the prearranged interviews that Tony set up for Seth. This was Tony's mission. This was what Tony wanted. And then we go from this one to the next one of interest will be the Bullhorn Betty one. And I think I wasn't initially going to put that in, but I think it's interesting to see Tony's behavior and how these progress, how the interviews do not have anything to do with bringing awareness to Sebastian. I think that's very important.
Seth, if you had one message or two to send to the people listening today, what would it be?
If somebody has my son, let him go. Drop him off at the gas station. To those that are out here helping me find my son,
Drop him off at a gas station. There's that again.
thank you. The goal hasn't been met yet. The goal is to find Sebastian. You can't stop Sebastian's army.
Beautifully said, Seth. Tony, thank you so much for your volunteering to help Seth.
Interesting choice of words. You volunteering to help Seth.
Through this social media, mainstream media nightmare. Oh, I didn't get to say goodbye. And please tell Seth, that I thank him for coming on.
Social media nightmare.
I think he was probably needed a moment, but please let him know, deliver the message. And I'll text him. I have his number to just thank him. Sure. I can't think of anything more important than to continue showing Sebastian's face.
Did you see it once in this interview? Did I fucking blank out? Am I delusional? Did I just black out through that entire thing?
For people to hear his name and for people to know his story.
I agree.
Tony, any other words for us?
No, I just think it's important to keep his name out there and to, there's a lot of people doing a lot of things that aren't helping bring Sebastian home. And I think the focus needs to be keeping his name out there and helping bring this child home, and anything else is not really worth spending time on.
Well, and you and I spoke, and
T and Tater, yeah, we were discussing that. It's the whole conversation leading up to it, the shoe size. It's the whole implication. You have to go back and listen to like the entire lead up to it. There is an old wives' tale, yes. The 2x2, yes. But it's the whole tone. It's all of it mixed together. And what Seth said to Jennifer, you just got to listen to it all in concept.
I know I shared with you the number one goal to me tonight was to reel everybody back in from the drama, from the name calling, from the speculation, from the negativity, and let's focus on Sebastian. Because so often in all of these cases, all of that spins out of control and everybody forgets the name and the face, the whole reason that we're all on this platform and many others trying to find Sebastian. So toast without a glass. I guess I have my 0. Toast to, there we go, to Sebastian's army.
Absolutely.
To Sebastian's army. What about awareness for, oh my God, this was courtesy of the beautiful Duchess. She made this flyer.
May they be successful.
Appreciate you as always, Jen.
Thank you, Tony.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Not once was Sebastian shown in that interview. Not a single time. not his height, what date he went missing, where he went missing from, what. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers has been missing since February 25th, 26th, 2024. He is now 16 years old. Last known, he was 5'5", around 113 pounds. He is blonde or brownish hair, dirty blonde hair. Last seen in Hendersonville, Tennessee. If you know anything, please contact your local law enforcement. The FBI has up to a $50,000 reward offered for Sebastian or information leading to finding Sebastian. You can contact Sumner County, the TBI at 1-800-TBI-FIND, or even your local law enforcement or FBI. Duchess does these flyers. She's got an updated one she'll send me. I think she's got she sent me the Spanish version one too. I need to add that to it. I am. So what did we make it? 3? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 2.5. About 3. We did about 3 of the interviews since Tony came on. So we'll start with laying out some of the things we picked up in part 2. We'll get the whiteboard out and make notes. And then we'll go into the Bullhorn Betty. And then we will go to Court TV, Nick the Hat, Coffindoffer, and just keep going. When AtNight comes in, this is really fucking interesting to watch it in reverse like this. Did you guys pick up on things this time that you didn't pick up on before? I did. But if you guys didn't, be honest. Like, you don't have to say yes, just to, like, I picked up on a lot that I think as we've gotten to, like, see these people move and how they've behaved, things are standing out more and more. Oh, thank you, dear Terms of Service. I just want people to understand what Tony and AtNight and the opportunists really do to these families. Again, we don't have to like Seth. We see why his behavior is problematic and why he's aligned himself with these people. But at this point in time, still, I don't have any evidence that he's involved in his child's disappearance either. He has aligned himself, and that I question, like, why would you invite this shit into your life? Why would you allow these people to do this to you and your son? I don't understand it. And it's not for me to understand. But I just don't get it. And if it's anything I can do is help warn other families about what these people are like, at least here, this is what Tony does when he got involved with Seth Rogers. Here you go. Here's a timeline of how he brought awareness for Sebastian. This is how he brought awareness. I'm not making it up. Not once has Tony, hey, will you put his name up? He calls him the kid. He doesn't even say it's Sebastian most of the time. No information, no details about Sebastian. Again, because Tony's not a voice for Sebastian or bringing awareness to Sebastian. He's cleanup crew for Seth Rogers. And it's going to get even more frustrating when we get into the mixture of AtNight and Tony. And in my opinion, I think you'll see a little bit of a battle back and forth for recognition. Because I don't think that Nick has to necessarily go through Tony to get access to Seth. Hence, Dog the Bounty Hunter use the whole, well, Dog can reach out to you kind of thing. No, he's definitely not trained in advocacy. Absolutely not. You're welcome, Dreams. Thank you guys for hanging out with me and doing these. I know that to some people, they seem redundant, but these are the things that matter. This is pulling it back, and I don't give a fuck who complains about it. This is pulling it back to see how these people maneuver and exploit these victims and their families, because this is what's got to change. It cannot continue to happen, that these type of people use these victims and their families for their own gain. And we've got to decide on the shape of our MLM, and we got to name our MLM too. That's part 2. We got to decide on our shape and start laying people out in the MLM. So part 2, depending on how long the dentist stuff goes tomorrow, maybe I'll do it tomorrow. We got dentist appointments tomorrow again. It's been a wild week. Yeah, CJK. But something's weird here. Something's weird. I mean, we've been saying that all the time. Oh, Autumn, we've got to rename AtNight. So you guys think of something to rename them, and it's got to be AN. So we got to rename AtNight. Those are your missions. Help me think of an MLM name for them, for Tony and AtNight, because they're legs of the MLM. So we need a name for their MLM, aka their cult.
Asshole Nut House.
Asshole Nut House. That's what Kyle just came up with. AtNight, we got to rename because they're not intelligence. And we got to decide on a shape for this. It's not a pyramid because their legs have given out. Thank you, Hawkeyes. We need a corkboard. Well, I've got a big old Agent 99. I've got my big old whiteboard. I just sit outside most of the time because it's refreshing listening to all this shit. At nauseous. Kyle said ad nauseum earlier. Astronomical Nimrods. Oh, I kind of like that. Nana Banana, you're welcome. Thank you for hanging out with me. Kyle, get your Speedos on, sir. We're heading to the... Oh, hold up. Before I leave out of here.
Already there, Cash.
Hold up. I said I was going to do something. I'll add this in because she's part of the team. Whoops, I almost forgot. Some of y'all left, but that's okay. You'll get a surprise when you come back. So, this morning, Morning Glory. Where is
Cash,
it?
Bananas are a safe word.
Bananas, your safe word? Oh, goodness. Where are we? Where are we now? Since you want to keep being stupid, I just figured I'd be petty. So you want to do stupid shit, like saying our name and blaming us again for a call to your house. Well, bitch, I'm about fucking done with it. So, Nincompoop goes live. Driving this morning in her car. No kids, just her. Driving and reading the chat. But this is where it gets fun.
Here for you, but this is bothering me. That's fine. I don't get going into these other chats and supporting them. People who, I don't care what anybody says, okay? Look, here, I'm just going to tell it like it is. I can't say who called CPS on me. I don't know. I have no clue who called CPS.
Okay, thanks for admitting it, but you actually accused the person that was sending you emails saying Craig was cheating on you. That was night number 1. Don't forget that. You already accused the person behind the email, and you implied that those emails were potentially from... Okay, anyways, thank you for acknowledging you have no idea.
What I can tell you...
Oh, here we go.
...is I can confidently say and legally say that it...
Legally say. She can legally say. Bitch, have you read the filing that you lost yet?
It is my opinion that these channels...
If you can confidently say legally, then why are you saying in my opinion? If you're so confident it's legal to say what you're saying, then why are you saying my opinion? You'd be standing on that shit as a fact, you dumb bitch. Isn't she an idiot?
Oh, I'm more talking about cash, but yeah.
J for Justice,
Oh, Kyle's reading Cash's comments.
and Every Day with J, QB, Fluminati, Nonsense, Granny's Watching. All these channels, in my
Honorable mention, nonsense.
humble opinion, are the reason, or they incited this. They incited this to happen.
You started that a year ago, over a year ago, actually. You started saying that me, Mal, Granny, you started blaming us over a fucking year ago that we were inciting this to happen to you. But I want to let you talk for a second because I'm going to give you a reason of why you're full of fucking shit. Oh, I didn't hit the button. Sorry. I'm pulling a BJ. I didn't fall asleep yet.
And that's my opinion. Because when you go live every single day and you say things like, you know, Brittany's a bad mom, Brittany don't take care of her kids, you know,
Where have I said those things?
Brittany's house has roaches and rats.
I have said you have roaches. You've talked about spiders. Shit, I might have roaches. I have scorpions.
You know, calling, nicknaming me, who do you,
What did I nickname you? Without a brain cell? I stand on that.
you drill that in people's minds day in and day out, day in and day out, they start to believe it.
I mean, you put that out there on a public platform yourself.
When, you know,
and get ready to cry. I hope somebody clips this for you because I'm going to blow your whole narrative of it's all our fault, what you've been doing over the last year and the stress getting to you.
Oh, let's not forget, I'm on DRUGS's.
I have no idea what's causing you to fall asleep. Your own words in the beginning of September was you nodded out, not mine, yours. I don't know what's causing it.
You know? So for her to go in these channels and support them and then come into mine and tell me after I just got CPS called on me, you're going to tell me that my channel is, you know, my content is making you feel ick? Please help me, y'all see where I'm coming from on this. I'm literally over here defending myself against all the dogpiling, all these attacks against CPS. Literally come to my house this week because of all this. And I'm the one that's making you have ick. I'm sorry, that
It's Diet Coke, Cash.
that don't sit right with me. It just don't. It just don't. And if I'm wrong for that, I'm sorry.
Well, you're wrong for a lot of things. Okay. So first and foremost, let me just go over here right quick and do you a favor. You probably should have shut the fuck up because just let me say you should have probably shut the fuck up. So a year ago, on April 1st, 2024, it was like the second time I'd ever reviewed BJ. You want me to blow your mind? Put your listening ears on and look how confused I was because I had no clue who she was. He will come home. Pay attention, not to what I'm saying, but the noise in the background.
And realize he is loved. He's wanted. Pretty typical.
That mama's heart. I know it's daddy's too, but I feel like there's always that extra special bond. Can you walk us through what you're thinking right now?
I just want my baby to be okay. I
God.
don't know where he's at. I don't know where he's at.
Let's talk about the community because I want you all to know, even my church body. I mean, we're all praying. We're all praying for his safe return quickly. What do you all want to say to the community?
With everything from the bottom of our hearts. I would not have
imagine how far this has gotten, but there's no way to repay the gratitude, the love that we have felt from the community, the prayers. But thank you.
But
from the
don't
bottom of our
stop
hearts.
looking.
Please.
My son is somewhere.
This ain't over until he's home.
So we have, let's hit on the search itself, because we know thousands of miles have basically been traced and retraced. We've got hundreds, we've got volunteers, we've got law enforcement from within the state and without, outside of the state. I mean, do you feel like they're doing as much as they can? I mean, you all have been right there in the front seat, seeing everything that's underway.
As far as I know, they're doing everything. Anything and everything has been an option. They have brought in assets and resources from various counties, potentially other states. I mean, I don't know how much more they could do, but we're grateful for everything they have done.
Lacey, I'm in the same boat.
They're amazing, but they still haven't brought.
I have no reason to not like any of them. It's not my day to judge. They're parents that have a missing child. Like I wouldn't want somebody judging me on my emotional responses, my over emotion or lack of emotion or angry tone, or I wouldn't want to even remotely be in their shoes. And
My baby back.
He's out there somewhere. So it's one day at a time, getting through this and bringing him home. What is the reaction to the fact that
I don't know what the background noise is here. There's a background noise that almost sounds like crying or something in the background. It's not on the interview. It's not over here. It's something I noticed earlier.
It's not crying. BJ was passed the fuck out. Passed out cold. Fucking passed out. Fucking, hey, Pecan. Passed out. But I was new to reviewing her. Never would I have guessed she was sawing fucking logs. This was like the second time I reviewed her, April 1st, 2024. So this would have been like her March 31st, 30th stream.
Earlier when I was reviewing this, it's definitely in one of their screens. So if you're hearing that, I'm not sure what it is.
now his image, he hasn't been captured on any video?
Is that her whining, whimpering?
I know that it was very dark. that
I had
night.
no clue.
I mean, it gets dark around here at night in general, but so far we haven't found him on any camera footage to prove where he's at or where he's gone. I know that they're looking, and I'm asking everybody and anybody that has cameras, trail cams, stores, to check, even from before he went missing, just to see if there's anything at all.
And I understand.
No, it's not the mom whimpering. It's something else. It's somebody on the panel with Brittany that has, I can't make out what it is, but it is throwing it off a little bit. I don't know if there's a button that somebody pushed that's got some fake crying or something. I'm not sure.
There was a request for video, any sort of footage.
Hey,
of
everybody.
Sebastian from earlier in the day on Sunday before he disappeared.
Look how fucking nice I was being. I had no idea. She's fucking passed out. Passed the fuck out. Snoring. And I'm like, I don't know what the fuck it is. Like, what is this?
And I don't believe we can comment on right now. I don't,
Look how confused I am.
that is not something that I believe we're privy to at this point with law enforcement. That is something I would definitely direct back to them. But I mean, there's all kinds of requests out there. There's thousands of hours of video that they're combing, and we're just hoping to find something.
And I know this is so sensitive. What do you say to people who inevitably end up pointing their finger back at you? We were talking earlier, and I mean, are you both in the clear?
I can tell you that mom, myself, and the father have worked very
Did they do that intentionally?
fully and cooperatively with all agencies across
Look
the
at
board.
me.
We have anything that they've wanted, we have provided. So cooperation is there.
Never in my wildest fucking dreams would I have thought this bitch was fucking assed out, fucking swallowing her mic on stream. Let me back that up again. Bitch, stop blaming me for shit that I didn't do. You were doing this before I even knew who you fucking were.
Mom, myself, and the father have worked very
Did they do that intentionally?
fully and cooperatively with all agencies across the board. We have anything that they've wanted, we have provided. So cooperation is there.
He says anything that they've wanted, they provided. It's somebody snoring, but they're saying that they're cooperating fully. Again, I have no reason to question it.
Look at me. When somebody finally fucking tells me it's somebody snoring, I'm like, what? She's fucking donezo.
What do you want to say to our viewers? Anybody who's watching, we've got a lot of folks in this community and in other counties just throughout the state as well.
She just finally fucking something dinged over there. So I think she wakes up here in a second.
What do you want to say to them?
Help spread the word and keep searching, and thank you. And just if you think you see him, call him in.
Thank all the viewers, everybody that's helped from across the board. I mean, everybody has been tremendous.
Call his name.
Yeah.
He'll answer, and if he doesn't answer, he'll look, even if he's not being verbal at the moment, because he can talk, but sometimes he don't talk. Call his name. Tell him to stay put.
She's been asked out for like 4 minutes fucking straight.
He could be on the move, so keep checking your properties.
Yes.
And that's minus my reaction time.
The search is never over until he comes home. That is for
So
sure.
smart.
But thank you for everything that everybody has done, has volunteered, the continuous efforts.
Look at my fucking face. Look at me. Look at what an asshole I'm making of myself trying to figure out what the sound is. Look at that wince. I'm really seriously concerned. What is happening? BJ's just fucking passed out. Second time I reviewed her, and now all of her behavior is our faults. Our faults. The fuck, bitch.
So smart.
But thank you for everything that everybody has done, has volunteered, the continuous efforts. I mean, it's like I said, I've never seen something to this magnitude before.
Our community is amazing.
We're all praying, hoping, and searching for Sebastian's safe return for that day. Thank you both for talking with me.
She's awake. She's awake. The fuck?
Yeah. That was number one. Weird.
Unbelievable.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Number one, weird. Bitch, you slept through it. What are you even talking about? Okay, one more before we go. Okay, so let's go back to this one. Hold up. So then today she goes on to say that she's going bed shopping, right? On the road again.
On the road again. I can't wait to get on the road again. Back on the road. Craig wants me to get a so I'm on a mission today. If anybody wants to help me, I'm buying a bed. I gotta buy a bed.
Fuck oh dear. Duchess, I didn't know at that time we had fucking fallen trees, missing mice, rats falling out of fucking trees, fucking rats chewing through internet cords. I'm over there like seriously like trying to figure out what the fuck the noise is, giving myself forehead wrinkles, grimacing, trying to fucking hear because I'm old. And here it is, she's fucking snoozing. And now a year later, I'm getting blamed for this shit. Bitch. And I didn't even okay, hold up. Let's go back. Okay, here we go. I'm still fucking pissed about this snoring shit. I was really fucking confused.
And I'm buying a food. What do you call it? What did he call it? A scale, a food scale for him. Craig's going hardcore on this whole diet thing, so I'm going shopping, unfortunately. Breaking my bank is basically what I'm doing. They call me Mellow Yellow. They call me Mellow Yellow. Can y'all hear me? A scale for, yes.
No, we call you Snoozy Loozy. Snoozy the Floozy.
Called a food scale.
Snoozy the Droozy.
I guess I'm gonna go to Walmart and get it. I don't know.
I was Mercedes girl.
Yeah, right. Meta glasses. Oh my God! Don't get started on that.
If it's my fault that she's got if my wrinkles are on my forehead are from her, from trying to hear what those fucking noises were this whole year.
Oh my Lord. I don't even know where to begin. Trisha Stalk needs to give you a break considering you won't show us her unfiltered picture. I tell you what a coward what road?
Hold on, I gotta go back to you want to help her buy a bed?
Craig wants me to get a so I'm on a mission today. If anybody wants to help me, I'm buying a bed. I gotta buy a bed.
Nah, no. Okay. Let me just throw it back though, old school, because you love me. And this is what I do. So this was May 3rd. It's never ending. All right, here you go.
That lady.
Why do you think she needs a bed? Well, I don't fucking know.
That lady told me, she's like, never mind.
That lady told you to get a bed?
Hold on, y'all. So I'll share a funny story.
Mm.
Oh my God. So
was this the setup of the reasons you needed to buy a bed? I'm glad that you'll have proper bedding in your home.
last night I got off the stream and I went to bed. And I was laying down and one of the bars in the bed, I guess from when like Neil, because Neil likes to jump a lot. He jumps a lot. Have I told y'all he jumps a lot? He jumps a lot. And one of the rails.
I thought that's why you said he has a trampoline and that's what you hear behind you is him jumping on a trampoline. But now it's the bed he jumps on. Okay, make up a new story. All right, you need to get a bed. Okay, you did a safety risk assessment. That's what you showed people. Obviously, getting beds was one of them. In my opinion, here you go. But this was the setup to the, you want to help her get a bed today.
In the bed had like come apart. So the mattress from like halfway, from the halfway mark to my feet, the mattress just fell through the bars onto the floor. So you got a mattress that's half on the bed, like from midway up to the very top. The mattress is like on the bars, you know, and then the bottom half is in the floor. So
they're called slats.
So I'm like laying at a 45-degree angle.
You think she's going to get up and fix it herself? Wait.
I fell off the bed. And when I fell off the bed, my nose scrubbed the side of the bed, y'all. I think I broke it. I'm not even lying. If I didn't break it, it's just like the bridge of my nose is swollen and it hurts so much.
Oh.
Kelsey fell from the bottom. You did that too, Kelsey?
Okay, by the way, that story doesn't make sense because if you're at a 45-degree angle and it's the bars at your feet, you wouldn't have hit your face. That would be your, unless you sleep upside. No, that wouldn't even make sense. This story doesn't make sense. So whatever bruised your nose, maybe trying to get up out of bed, you fell and tripped. I don't fucking know, but the story doesn't even make sense here because if the bed fell through, oh Lord, just let me shut up.
Girl, I had to go get,
and I'll show her swollen face. Don't worry. She showed it this morning.
Christian up and get him to help me.
She had to go get her child up to help her.
Because Christian knows how to put it together. And I had to get,
she doesn't know how to put the bed together, but the child does. Okay.
I had to hold the mattress up and get Christian to reassemble the bars on the bed, because it's one of those beds that like it doesn't take a box spring, it takes the bars, you know what I mean? Like there's bars and
it's slats, but yes, they can be made out of metal and they don't take a box spring. You just have a frame and then the mattress
underneath the mattress.
You're talking about wooden slats?
Huh?
They're metal slats.
Are they wooden slats?
No, it's like metal bars, like
okay,
black bars, and they snap together. Oh my God. um, it was easier for me to go get Christian because he was like he was closer and he's small. I couldn't get Craig because Craig was too big to get back there. Christian's small, so he can squeeze back there and put the bars together for me. So he helped me, and it was like
Sorry, I'm calling bullshit.
like 7:30 this morning. I'm like, hey,
Convenient. CPS comes a couple days later. She has a bed incident, breaks a bed, and then today she has to go get a mattress. In my opinion, they suggested that she gets appropriate beds, which great.
Christian, I'll pay you. Come on. And I was like, I'll pay you if you can help me.
Her panel doesn't even think it's funny.
My, that's funny.
And he put that thing together in 2 seconds. Christian's good about, that kid, he is so freaking intelligent.
Yeah, well, don't blame it on him. It's not. But I'm going to be petty for a second because I am so sick of you fucking asking if I'm a man. Are you a fucking man nonsense? If you ever say anything about my goddamn looks again, all I'm going to do is show your picture that you showed this morning because that's what you wanted. You wanted people to see you. That's why you cammed up right there, BJ. Let's see here. Again, don't blame us for your bullshit. Give me 1 second. Here you go. Enjoy.
This phone I have, it doesn't have, y'all ignore that. Okay. StreamYard.
If you ever come for my fucking looks again and ask me if I'm a man or try to belittle me or are you a man? Are you a man? I look just like my avatar. I look just like my avatar. Your video, all I did was pause it. That's it. Don't fucking do it again.
StreamYard is really.
And then you go on to do this whole thing again and turn it on again.
Green scene. Today. Absolutely beautiful. Beautiful girls all over the world. I look like death warmed over and then some, but it is absolutely beautiful today. Absolutely beautiful.
That's all I got to say. Next time you make fun of my dirty fingernails or try to take on an entire community and smear an entire community because you think it's okay, stop. Just fucking stop. Anyways, there's my petty ass. That's all I got. Any questions? That's all. Oh, hold up. I got one more. It took me a long time to find this one. This was my own.
And Mods, who has been dealing with that for a long time in her life, but youth offender laws in California are a little iffy, but there's still questionable things in this.
Yeah, I mean, if it was maybe if it I'm in California, 100%. There's people's agreeing with me, like 100% true. No offense taken. Vertica said, "I'm offended." Just kidding. I don't live in Cali. Seriously, that's one of the things I come from the political world.
I come from the political world. Oh, Brittany, you just made my heart so happy because I can't wait to review over the coals about politics too. Buckle up, baby. You just became my new favorite.
People that said I was lying about her saying she came from the political world. There you go. Tell me I'm lying again. She came from the political world. I didn't have to make this shit up about her. Yeah, you tell me, was her nose swollen? Did she break her nose? I don't fucking know. I'm just so fucking sick of being blamed for shit that I've been blamed for a fucking year. Never happened, and now all I can hope for is that if they are involved, I didn't call them. Nobody I know called them. Or nobody that I associate with that I know, my group of people, nobody called them. But if they're helping and providing access to resources and things, great. I mean, all I can hope is that something positive comes out of it. That's all I can hope for. Meg, that's what I believe too. I believe that the school likely called. I will continue to believe that. The whole situation, the talking about it previously, like that's pretty severe when you're admitting to your subs online that the teacher is approaching you in the pickup line. Cash, it's okay. That was the petty moment for me when she turned her camera on. I don't have to smear her. I don't have to do all the degrading things and say all that stuff. I'm not going to. But I'll be damned that they sat there and they have mocked me over and over and over, saying horrific things and never offending me, but offending entire communities of people and just thinking she was fine doing it. That's what I have a problem with. I just don't get it. I don't get it. Yes, Bobby, you can take your helmet off. We're done with the ride. The ride is over. Well, and the rudest thing is like, she got somebody messaged her a year ago when I first started reviewing her and basically made a threat that, they were going to call CPS or something. I didn't even know who the person was. And she tried blaming me. And I told that person, like, this is disgusting. Like, why would you do that? I was very open about like what my take was on it. At that point in time, I thought it was horrifying. And I told that person that, and they were like, you're right. And they actually apologized from my understanding. It never did. Sorry, I'm cleaning up my kitchen. Yeah, dear terms of service. But then to go back, I was looking for another clip. I wasn't looking for the falling asleep one. When I came across that, you should have seen my face. Like, as confused as I looked in that video, trying to figure out what that noise was, that was my look on my face listening to that. And I'm like, how did I not realize that somebody was asleep? I would have never guessed somebody fell asleep. I would have never fucking guessed. But she blames us and the stress, oh, it's the stress. Look what they've done to me for the last year. I'm losing sleep. No, you were doing this before I even knew really who you were. It's like I said, like the second time I ever reviewed her. Cash me my Midwest goodbyes. I was astonished. I was looking for something else. There's a few clips that people have asked me for, and I couldn't That's exactly right, Much Endeavors. I would never, and based on YouTube, like anything with YouTube, it would be a cold day in hell that we would have enough information for me personally to feel comfortable reporting somebody. It would have to be like some straight up, like major, like physical, and you could prove it. Even then, it's, I don't know. It's something I stand against. But I find it really weird too that Laura is like singing her praises. And she's like, oh, I'm glad Laura's defending me. Wait, you're glad a CPS caller is defending you? What? What? Is that confusing to anybody else? Like, yeah, Cash, that's the same way I feel about it. Like, it would be a very extreme situation. And that's why I'm saying, like, if they are, all I can hope for is a positive outcome. That's all I can say, you know? Oh, Autumn. That doesn't shock me. Oh, they're working together now. Well, one's looking for somebody to pay attention to her, and I guess coming into White Knight for her pays off for other people, and they get some attention for a little while, so she might as well ride that train too, right? A horse is a horse, of course, of course. Oh, Bobby, this was, if I don't say so myself, this timeline was pretty good tonight. It's pretty interesting. You might actually like this one. All things we've seen before, but just watching them back to back is pretty eye-opening. We're doing the TikTok Tony entrance and going through like when he came on as the spokesperson and listening to his interviews and timeline. And then I'm going to add in the AtNight and Tony situation. And it's just interesting to watch it all again. We've seen them all before, but going this date, it's really intriguing. Yeah. Well, it might be interesting though, because you might know a different perspective too. It'll be interesting to see what you notice that we don't. I was catching things that I had never seen before. Mercedes girl, have a great night. Get some rest. I hope mom's doing better. Oh, by the way, you guys, just an update on Chapped before I go to. She did have her PET scan today. Thank you for replaying, Body. She did have her PET scan today. They, from right now, what I know is they plan to continue on with her surgery, and there will be an additional surgeon because there are other areas of concern, other lymph nodes of concern. I've seen the results. She shared them with me, but I'm not familiar enough to understand all of it. So right now, just please keep her in your prayers. And it's a lot. It's a lot, and she's got a lot on her plate. So Marcy, somebody else told me that too. Yeah, Cash, it's a lot. And they're going to check out her like esophagus and stuff too, which I'm just glad that they're being proactive and really like getting on top of stuff for her. I'm really worried. But thank you, every single person who donated and helped. You guys are amazing. So, oh, Mercedes girl, I'm sorry your back's still hurting. Gosh. I hope you get some relief. You need to go get some rest. Yeah, she has, Roro. She really has. There's a lot of people going through a lot around us right now. Health issues. Just life is kicking some people's asses. 2025 has not been a good year for a lot of people. And I wish there was Me and Duchess were talking about that today. We wish we had a button that could just fix it. Just fix it and take all the shit away. But thankfully, her son will get to be there for this right after the surgery. So you guys are amazing. Seriously amazing for showing up and helping with that. Yes. Mercedes girl, go get some rest. Yeah. Migraine inducing. A lot of people have been struggling with migraine. Yeah, Angel, that's acceptable too. In the video, all of the links are shared in the comment section in the description. If you want to send anything to her, feel free. She is going to do her wish list. She's already got it working on. She just today was holding off. I will have that to share with you guys. And I forwarded her all of the messages. I think I sent, well, no. I've got them all laid out for her. I just need to forward them. All the ones that you guys sent me with suggestions. I've got them ready to go so I can send them over to her. But she'll get that put together and I'll get that put up. Oh, Yoper Gal, that's amazing. Tomorrow night is the Heels in the Air tribute. Teresa, is it tomorrow? Are you sure it's tomorrow? Good night, Duchess. Absolutely, Artist Creek. Yeah, like for me, I couldn't off of YouTube stuff. Like it's so hard to know. I'm very specific about that stuff, but I hope nobody from YouTube is. But I just hope that whatever the situation is, people are okay. Oh, Marcy, I hope she does okay until then. That's a long wait. Everyone stop commenting, Cash. All right, you guys, I am out of here. I'm going to head to bed. I got shit to do tomorrow, so. Oh, Susie, I'm really sorry. Yeah, it's been a rough year for a lot of people for sure. So, okay, you guys, hopefully we'll see you tomorrow with part 2. If not, I will see you Thursday for part 2. Good night, y'all.